Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Chaos Protocol! I am so excited to see all of your digital, non-existent faces in the chat of Transplanar RPG tonight. We are, of course, an all-transgender, people of color-led, dark fantasy actual play channel telling stories set in an original, non-colonial, anti-orientalist multiverse. This means that we stand against genocide and ethnic cleansing and support all oppressed peoples of this world struggling against injustice, imperialism, and colonization. We must use our voices now more than ever to build solidarity and fight for the worlds that we wish to see. So to that end, free Sudan, free DRC, free Palestine, free Venezuela, free Iran, and fuck US imperialism. As a channel created in Minneapolis, Minnesota, we stand in solidarity with our neighbors continuing to protest. Abolish ICE until there is nothing left. Abolish the Imperial Project until there is nothing left. Free all oppressed peoples of this world. Thank you all so much for showing up to support our story. We're gonna get chaotic. If you are watching this right now, you are witnessing the live recordings of Arc 4 episodes 23 and 24. Can you believe it? Oh my goodness. We are currently co-streaming this stream on Twitch as well as YouTube Live, both at Transplanar RPG, and all VODs will be hosted on our YouTube channel for your viewing pleasure before gradually being uploaded to Vimeo and the Internet Archive. But first, before I get a little too ahead of myself, please allow me to reintroduce my furrylicious cast for the evening, starting with our very special Arc 4 guest, Dare Hickman.
That feels pointed. That feels like a pointed attack against noted dog girl Dare Hickman. It's fine. Hi, hey, and hello. My name is Dare. Pronouns she, they, they, and it. I am very excited to be here and play Zinnia, who is very normal, as am I. And I'm going to throw it all the way over to Valiant Dorian.
Hello, everyone. It is Valiant Furlicious Dorian. I use he, him, his pronouns. Listen, I'm also a furry. You can find me all across the internet at Valiant Dorian or at Otto's Spirit Bear. Please enjoy that lovely treasure hunt I just set you on. And tonight, I have the distinct pleasure of playing your favorite Doom Boy, Sayer, who uses he, they pronouns. Gonna pass it on over to Kai. Kai, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. Hi, everyone. I'm Kai. I use he, they, and she pronouns. And tonight I'm back playing Mr. Zanin Esh, who uses he, they pronouns. And is it fur if it's feathers? I'm gonna pass it over to Sam.
I'm in hell. Hi, everyone. I am Sam Star, using she, they, and the occasional they pronouns. Apparently, the only non-animal related person on the cast. I play Lumira, who uses she, her pronouns. What's going on, boss?
She, her, she, fur? If
Connie, don't start with me.
You know what? We can talk about Connie's persona later. To start off our announcements, a big and massive thank you to our two major sponsors for Arc 4, Hero Forge and the Working Families Party. Hero Forge is a website where you can design and print your very own custom miniatures, just like this one. This one might be watching over all of us during this entire arc so far. And they now offer 3D printed custom dice. What? That's right. You can put anything that you might be able to make from Hero Forge into the clear material of the die, like a frog, and still get a perfectly weighted chunk of math rock. So visit Hero Forge today at bit.ly/transforge. Just click on that link. It helps us out a lot. Even if you don't end up buying anything, click on that link and check it out. As for the Working Families Party, they are a progressive third party in the United States building a multiracial coalition of working class people to make our communities a better place to live in for everyone. Very relevant to the themes of this arc and everything that our channel stands for. So you can take an action to affect change right now by signing their petition to break up big media companies and also join their mailing list at bit.ly/WFPtrans. Again, another great link to click on, even if you don't end up taking that specific action. Highly recommend just checking out the Working Families Party. And finally, a big ol' thank you to Chepeku for letting us use their scenes throughout this entire arc, as well as a big thank you to Explain Trade and Frivolous Bear Studios for being our channel-wide sponsors. Over to you, Dare.
Hi, hey, and hello once again. We're so excited to share that our incredible game system for Arc 4, Force of Extinction, is now on BackerKit. Sign up for free to get your own quick start PDF of the game and be the first to know about the upcoming launch this month. Use exclamation point system in the chat to check it out and help us support a great game of apocalyptic horror and survival. And Val, take it away.
Happy to do so, folks. You know what time it is. We have great merch options for fans of Transplaner. Go to transplanerrpg.shop or use exclamation point merch in chat to find apparel, home goods, and accessories that have been gorgeously designed, say it with me now, by our husband. Excellent. We're also so excited for our collaboration with Die Hard Dice to bring you custom dice sets themed after each member of Strike Team Nova. Head on over to bit.ly/transdhd or use exclamation point DHD in chat to nab your very own set of Chaos Dice. And I'm going to pass it on over to the pop-up of the hour.
Another huge thank you to our Patreon precepts for supporting our show. Thank you to Azra, Brooke, The Bow System, Elvira, Mainman13, Mark J, Necessity, Robert Burke, Rose, Sergeant Danes, Spectra, Spencer, Taylor, Travis L, and Zoe. Join their illustrious ranks and help us smash our member milestones at patreon.com/transplanterrpg. All right, Sam, what's been happening?
Looks like it's everyone's favorite part. Last time on the Chaos Protocol. Strike Team Nova traveled toward the garden with the tears of Fiyumi. Sayer reflects on mentorship as he teaches Bug. Lumira learns about the galactic lords from Saral. Zynon tries to resurrect the Azalis he remembers. And Zinnia struggles to open up with Libra. After a tumultuous travel montage, Nova and the Tears finally see the garden in the distance. And that's what you missed last time. Use exclamation point recap in chat to read our full written recap document. And to the boss for some self-care tips.
That's right. Thank you for that, Sam Star. The Chaos Protocol is a dark fantasy actual play series that deals with content that may be triggering to some viewers. So content warnings for this particular session may include fantasy violence, blood, gore, death and killing, grief, complex relationships, survival and scarcity, environmental collapse, apocalypse, guns as weaponry, monsters and monstrosity, swarms, youth in dangerous situations, and references to classism. No youth will be harmed in this or any other Chaos episode. And now moving on to the title of tonight's episode. It is No Hope to Mend, The Journey Bound. From Waiting for the Moon to Burn by Connie Chong. And with that out of the way, let's begin. Notes on Havens. Entry 311. It is well known that one of the first things Buta Erebor did upon becoming Lord of Keseki was purchase Hyoga Keep. This was widely regarded as a controversial decision, or, as Libra puts it, a dick move. Hyoga Keep is, of course, one of the most famous locations not only in the prefecture of Sumatai, but the entire planet itself. It was one of the few relics that survived the tumultuous Ten Lords period of classical Keseki, a sprawling castle complex that towered at the base of Mount Shinsei, the highest peak in the volcanic mountain range of Yaminoba. As it turns out, laws did very little to prevent the newly minted planetary lord from buying a protected heritage site and utilizing it as his own private residence. Buta Erebor permanently closed the grounds to visitors, including the very locals who had maintained its buildings and stewarded its lands for centuries. He refurbished the entire complex to suit his own personal tastes and, most notably, renamed it. Hyoga Castle became the Erebor Estate, and the Erebor Estate became the seat of power for the Lord of Keseki. This humble archivist has always wanted to visit the Erebor estate, both as a site of historic importance and as a reminder of why she pursues the mission that she does. And as it turns out, in a most serendipitous twist of fate, this garden that her team is in pursuit of is, in fact, this very estate. It is undeniable. All of the details align. The location of the garden in the northernmost reaches of Sumatai, the positioning of Mount Shinsei behind it, the fact that Samishi and presumably Buta himself currently reside there, and the details of the garden's architectural appearance that this humble archivist now feasts her eyes upon by manner of Libra's spyglass. Before the apocalypse, the foothills of Mount Shinsei bristled with crimson grass and stately cedars and pine trees that glowed in vivid neon hues at nighttime. But now, the luscious grounds that once surrounded the Erebor estate are in a state of desiccation and decay. Thick mounds of dust cover every inch of the basin before this archivist's very eyes. Except for the road. Why, yes, the road. A stone path, wide and clear of dust and quite well maintained. It stretches for a couple of miles toward the main gate of the Erebor estate, a towering set of south-facing doors hewn from sturdy wood and reinforced with iron struts, tough coils of hempen rope, and cedar shingles. An outer wall extends from either side of this gate. This wall is built from securely stacked layers of brick and stone and topped with ceramic tile, but there are other materials that comprise this wall as well. Titanium plating, sturdy metal struts, even what appears to be some sort of glossy chrome coating in various places. These supplementary materials appear to reinforce the pre-existing wall, as well as patch up areas that seem to have maybe broken down or caved in some time ago. Either way, this mighty outer wall encircles the entirety of Buta Erebor's estate, and is so tall that it blocks this humble archivist's view of the undoubtedly magnificent interior. But there is one element within this estate that is even taller than the outer walls, and as a result is visible from this archivist's vantage point. The main keep. A tall, multi-level pavilion with tiled roofs and stone spires, just as one would expect, but there are other things too. Solar panels. Lots of them gleaming on every spare inch. Wind turbines, too. Small, but numerous, their blades spinning furiously at their impressive altitude. And also, a rather large assortment of luminous tarpaulins, it appears, fluttering about in the breeze, quite colorful and shiny, as well as structures wrought from translucent panels of glass? Or maybe it's plastic, or possibly a polycarbonate compound of some sort. This is what this humble archivist sees of the Erebor estate, of the garden. Saral Temin lowers the spyglass from their eye and breathlessly hands it back to Libra Dunnan. Despite Saral's detailed verbal report, Libra presses the glass against their own eye, determined to draw their own conclusions about this garden that looms a few miles before them. Libra scans the paved road that stretches a couple of miles from where you stand now, all the way to the main gates of the Erebor estate. They scan the vast field of dust and dead trees and gnarled stones that flank either side of this road and also surround the outer walls of the garden. They scan the huge volcano that looms in the northern distance, Mount Shinsei, whose glacial peaks have long since evaporated and are now replaced by endless mounds of gray dust. Finally, Libra lowers the spyglass and hands it to Zinnia, with a touch more frostiness than usual. Saral's right. Road's clear. I don't see anything out of the ordinary, but that doesn't mean there's nothing out of the ordinary ahead of us. We're gonna have to get closer to be sure. Zinnia, how do you respond to finally seeing the garden with your own eyes?
I think there is shock initially. Not at the fact that the garden is real. It was something they heard from somebody else. It is the scale, the scope, the beauty of it that is actually sort of off-putting in a way. I think there is almost a disbelief. And I think they even look back at some of the other members of the Tears, sort of confirming, like, this is the garden, right? And I assume that feeling isn't one that is unique to Zinnia alone in the Tears.
Definitely not. You see various looks of similar shock, surprise, excitement when it comes to Saral, deep curiosity and fascination when it comes to Dr. Yvonne Wu, wariness, like this is a trap, because everything is a trap for Libra, the scout. Unbridled enthusiasm from Bug, who has never seen walls this tall, has no idea what a solar panel is, and looked very gobsmacked and confused when Saral began yammering on about wind turbines and tarpaulins. Nose Mama is of course indifferent, snuffing around the ground in search of grubs and other moisture-ridden things. Begoon crosses muscled arms over his chest, somewhere between hopefulness and wariness, between where Saral rests and where Libra rests. As for Ozzel, their eye is fixed on that wall as though it contains everything they've ever done anything for. Not at the wall, but at the promise beyond it. Their target. It just looks like another obstacle they'll have to surpass to get what they want. We pan across the Tears who take this in to find Strike Team Nova also taking this in. Let's start with you, Sayer. How are you responding to finally seeing the garden with your own two eyes?
Thayer is hungry for information and is drinking every ounce of the visual of this garden. I think, if you will allow, Connie, I think Bug is sat on top of Sayer's shoulders.
Yes, absolutely.
And as Sayer's like holding on to their legs and is looking across from this this incredible sight, Sayer's looking for every suspicion. He is looking for every answer. Bodies maybe littering around near the walls to see if there's an active movement, perhaps the sound of metal, of an active compound of highly trained warriors. It's all he's paying attention to is, what is this place really? We know nothing about the Erebers. And as Saral's incredibly insightful observations are helpful, Jerry wants his own answers. And he kind of taps Bug's foot and goes, "What do you see?"
I don't really see anything without Libra's glass, but apparently there's polycarbonate sheets.
Polycarbonate
So I see
sheets.
that.
Yeah, it's your first time seeing a big wall like this, huh?
Yeah, it's so tall. Even from here, we can tell how tall it is. We can only kind of see that building deeper in. I want to go in.
I'm hearing from your tone that you are not afraid, which is going to be my next question.
Why would I be scared?
Some people are scared of what they don't know.
Well, I'm not.
And we pan away from you and Bug to find Lumira next to you. Lumira, how are you taking in the garden?
Lumira's doing the typical Lumira thing where her eyes are bouncing everywhere at once. It's almost like it almost looks frantic, but if you know her, you know she's cataloging this information as soon as her eyes land on it, and it's staying there visually exactly where it's at. She doesn't say much. She just looks around, doesn't really move much from her spot either, outside of like teetering around other members of the tiers, trying to deduce her own ideas and what she can see, using Soral's observations as base.
Based on everything Soral has been saying, as well as your own visual confirmation, it's very accurate to see what you compare to what you're seeing with your own eyes. You can see the glimmering of something shiny in the distance on the roof of what Soral has identified as the main keep. But from this distance, several miles off, it could be anything. Maybe the sun's light catching one of those solar panels Soral pointed out, or one of those gossamer-like chromatic tarpaulin sheets, whatever that might be. Could be anything. You'll definitely have to get closer to be sure. We pan across where you're observing to find Zynon. Zynon, how are you taking in the garden and its walls?
Zynon has been distant as we've crested the last of Mount Shinsei. He's been trying to mostly just be here. But as Soral begins to describe the garden and he soaks it in, two feelings intertwine that he wasn't prepared for. The first one, he was a little. Admiration. This is a facility that, if he had had half of this when he was here, he can only imagine what he could have done with working wind turbines, solar panels that were actually getting anything from the sun. It's impressive. He's thought about these kinds of things even long after leaving Keseki. And so to see it here in such a grand scale shows the promise of something that he's more than a little curious about. And the other feeling is, again, that lingering sense of home, of this old building that is so intrinsically a part of Keseki that he's never thought of and probably hasn't even heard of, but intertwined with technology that is familiar. Wind turbines make sense to him. They had one at Lodestar. He understands this reuse of something old into something useful. And in that way, it feels like being home. And that pull and that love bloom inside of him as he sees this place. And he tries to not let it take the shape of hope, because hope right now, oh, it hurts.
Zinnia. Jack, whose reaction is very similar to Begun's, somewhere in the middle of optimism and trepidation, places the tips of their fingers gently on your shoulder to get your attention. And they say to you, "What do you think we should do?"
I was actually about to ask all y'all the same thing. And I think Zinnia sort of gestures for the rest of the tiers to come together in like a little huddle, little mini meeting.
They do.
So, looks like we are finally here. I'm thinking we should scout. I don't necessarily want everybody up there, up close, in case there is a trap or anything laid out for us.
There are reasonable nods all around. This sounds like a sound and solid way to move forward. Even Libra, who's been giving you the cold shoulder as of late, is reluctantly gritting their teeth and nodding along to this suggestion. And then a gravelly voice cuts in, not a part of the huddle, but clearly having overheard your suggestion. Azalis Raid says, "No, there's a road and a gate. We take it. Fastest way to get somewhere is a straight line.
That's exactly what they could be waiting for. They know
We'll
that
be
we
ready.
exist.
We have
I don't know if
guns.
we will be. I gesture to it to showcase the size of it. Do you see the scouting party they had? You've seen the weapons they had? If that is the ones they are willing to send out, who knows how many are back here?
We've waited for too long. We strike while the iron's hot. Well, hold on, Hazel. The iron's going to be hot for a little bit longer. I think Zinnia raises a fair point. And Libra, wouldn't you like to scout ahead and know things as well? Well, yeah, I guess, I guess Zinnia's plan makes the most sense. I do understand the urgency of the situation, Ozelise, but we gotta go in prepared. Ozel looks around, sees that they are clearly outvoted by their own crew. They spit on the ground and turn around, showing their back to you. Fine. Do what you want.
I think Zinnia, not trying to necessarily kick the hornet's nest, but in a genuine ask, would you like to be part of the scouting party?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, who else wants to scout? Zinnia shoots a look at Libra that is as much as pleading as they can, both for this not to be a fight, but they know the best scout in the tiers.
And Libra responds by looking at your somewhat appeasing look. They scowl, but they do reply in the affirmative. Obviously, I'm going. I mean, you all would be shit out of luck without me. And, Bagoon, we could really use you, too, in case some shit goes down. Yeah, of course, I'll come with. Jack steps forward. I'm coming too. But then an old pain twinges at her gut, reflexively, and Bagoon places a hand on her shoulder. I get it, Jack, but you're still recovering. Honestly, you should stay back with everyone else. Keep them safe. No, I'm fine. I can do it. Oh, come on, Jack. You're just gonna get in the way. Jack shoots Libra a sharp look, but for some reason, Libra's observation is what compels them the most. If there's one thing Jack doesn't want to be, it is a burden. So they grit their teeth, nod, and take a step back. Bagoon claps his broad hands together with a smile. So, it's gonna be you, Zinnia, me, Ozel, and Libra. Jack, Dr. Wu, and Saral, oh, and Bug. With Nose Mama, why don't the rest of you stay behind? Keep an eye on things here in case things do go south up there. Dr. Wu nods. She was certainly not going to volunteer herself to be part of the scouting party, and is currently leaning against the large armored flank of Nose Mama, who also seems quite content to stay in one place. Bug, aboard Sayir's shoulders, overhears this and whips its head in your direction, Zinnia, and you see big puppy dog eyes, pleading eyes.
I think Zinnia looks to Bagoon for a second of like, I might need you to back me up on this. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear my dog.
It's all good. Just in the distance, a little puppy dog barking, but you can just keep going
okay,
after they're done.
perfect. Okay. But after looking to Bagoon just for backup, Zinnia sort of looks at Bug, almost sympathetically. Bug, I understand you've been training with Sayir, right?
Yeah, I can fight really good now.
What if they have guns?
What? Then I'll just disarm him.
I'll tell you what. I think it would be best if you and hopefully Sayir can help keep camp safe.
Sayer already is like tapping the shin of Bug on his shoulder. And Sayer as you're making this explanation, Zinnia, like a well-trained trans recruit, Sayer's already nodding. Sayer was already on the same page with you. He was already suspecting that this would be the case. There was a tiny moment where he's nodding, preparing, thinking of how to deploy with all of you, but this reality brings him back, and Sayer taps Bug. Cricket?
I'm ready, right? Right? You've seen me. I've made really good progress. I can take care of
You are.
myself. I can help.
You can help, and you're going to help me. I'll stay back. If something happens back at camp to Dr. Wu and anybody else, and we are both gone, what happens to them? What happens to Nose Mama?
And Bagoon says, joining this tide of people trying to convince Bug to do the sensible thing, Nose Mama needs you. You can't just leave her behind, right?
Okay, fine. If you're staying behind too, then I'll be Sayer's backup.
I'm counting on you.
Zinnia shoots Sayer almost a little like salute real quick of thank you both for having Bugs back and the rest of the camp.
Sayer nods, and it's a very deferential nod, like one would do to the leader of a strike team.
On that moment of eye contact, we pan back to you, Sayer. For as while Zinnia and the Tears were putting together this plan, there had been a moment for you to connect with the rest of your strike team about what you want to do to proceed as well.
Sayer, in this moment, is uncertain on what to do. I think we see Sayer like pacing with something in his arm. It is wrapped in some sort of canvas and thick rope. It is this long implement, and it seems to be curved on either side. And Sayer's just kind of like holding it heavily in his hand, pacing, glances at it, and muttering to himself, haven't even found time to give them this. Gotta be alone. Gotta do what Artemis did. Have a whole thing about it. It's not the time. And Sayer stops and looks at the other members of Nova and is going to... What are the rest of Nova doing? Does Zainan, Yinghe, Lumira look preoccupied? Let's use that word.
I'm gonna let the rest of Nova answer.
Oh,
Yeah. We want to know what the rest of Nova are doing.
listen, Zynan's back in the back kicking rocks.
Jesus fucking Christ, Kai.
Yeah, I don't. That's not a. Maybe. Yeah. Sayer goes to Lumira. I think there's a moment where Sayer
think
like
there's
eyes glance
We
over to Zayden kicking rocks, and it's just like, no.
Yeah, there's a moment where I think Lumira peeps it and is watching you and watches your eyes dart to Zaynan and just rolls and goes, and Lumira's already looking at you intently.
You would see that he saw the exchange between the Tears and is just like he has decided to be fascinated by the ground in this moment.
And the last thing I want to do is speak to a Zayden who's more fascinated with the ground than something impending upon us, honestly.
Useful.
And I think Sayer walks on over to you, and Lumira, you see that Sayer's got these wraps around his arms. He's been having like growing wraps around his arms as if he's been using them, and you've heard him use his hands to do something heavy duty every night. And as he walks on over, you hear the jingle jangle of metal on whatever thing he is carrying on his back. And as he kind of like pulls it off and sets onto the ground, he goes, "Can I sit here?"
You don't even have to ask.
He sits, looks at you, and says, "So, What are you making of all this? Our situation, I mean, and what we're about to do.
Lumira kind of looks briefly at the tears. You know, you and Bugs seem to be getting kind of close. Mentorship looks good on you.
Sayer looks at you into your eyes and sees the confirmation and the sincerity in your observation. Kind of like chuckles a little bit and says, they're a good kid. They eager, keen, honest. Hard to be a kid in the apocalypse.
Yeah, I can imagine. So I got some info earlier, and it's a bit more than what we've ever gotten yet.
How much more?
About the Lords. There's a couple of things that were really interesting that I noticed. Like I think Sorrel said something about like a pirate. The gentleman pirate, Lord Iago. It's kind of a dick, from what I've heard.
Recurring trend. A recurring trend on that.
Yeah. But the thing that was the most interesting about it is the fact that this ruthless asshole, the logo of his group was the same one that was on the Apani Kestrel that we got from Dom. Right.
Seems like Dom's leading a complicated life.
Just like Azel.
Just like Sinan.
Lumira scoffs. Eyes rolled.
Lumira, you didn't answer my question.
Would it...
And Sayer's gears start turning in their head. They look over to you. And there's a moment in Sayer's chest where his heart races anxiously. He feels Damocles' blade hovering and swinging in the air, wondering why you wouldn't answer, whether you don't trust him. And Sayer shakes his head, pushes past it, grips his thigh as he turns his entire form towards you. He says, I wanted to know about what you think about us going to the garden, especially when the tiers are not exactly aligned on how they want to execute things.
Suddenly the ground is a bit interesting to Lumira as well. She kind of fiddles with her pocket watch and the fringes on the sides of her arms for a bit, looking up towards Sinan, back into the horizon where the garden is, back over to the tears of Fiumi, and then back to us again. And she will then proceed to give you more information about the lords.
Sayer sees you look at the ground and, like, really, really feels this. Why are you doing that? You know, and there's all the memories of every single conversation Sayer, no last name, has ever had with Zain and Esh. And Sayer, I think, like, here's your explanation about the lords, and he goes, Mira, look,
She softens.
look, I don't know what I'm doing. We came here, right, to help Zynon. This is Zynon's mission, right? And
Right.
we came here to save Ozili's raid. And then he looks over to wherever Ozili's raid is standing and goes, that one does not need saving.
No.
So-
Not even in the slightest.
Not even in the slightest. And I can't help but feel that we, Nova, on a micro and macro scale, have an opportunity to help, to do something, to contribute. But I don't know how we all feel about the garden, about the Tears' mission, about Ozili's mission. Right? What if something breaks out like the dust storm fight?
And she looks at you. You can tell that she's hearing you, but she pushes past it. Listen, this is way out of our league here,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
The closest thing that we have right now to anything remotely, anything Kaseki that I genuinely trust is Zynon.
Hmm.
I would. And she looks over to him. He wouldn't put us in something that would legitimately harm us, right? Like, it's a lot, Sayer, okay? It's a lot. And
I know.
don't, and she kind of gets up flustered a bit. Very not normal for Lumira. She's unraveling at the seams and you can see it.
Hey. And Sarah gets up with you and, like, stands by you. And he sees your eyes. What do your eyes tell me?
Everything. They are wild, they are frantic, they are unsure. Glazed over, wide and scared. In a way that she typically doesn't show. She doesn't have an answer. She doesn't know what to do. She's just barely spinning plates right now. Sidon's kind of her only lifeline in this right now. So she's clinging to it. And you can see it.
And an old conversation with a one Professor Fuego of Inferno comes surging into Sayer's mind. This whole time he's talking about this like he's Nova's protector. Like he is Lumira's protector. Like he is Strike Team Nova's bulwark. And he sees the panic and franticness in your eyes. And we see Sayer nod keeping your gaze and closes the distance a little bit as he says, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to put it all on you. You're just the smartest person I know. And I want always to know what Lumira thinks of things. I don't have the answers. I don't think any of us are. I just like hearing your thoughts and feelings.
Lumira softens even more, just a bit, briefly. And just as quick as you saw her melt, you see her freeze back up again. Well, I don't have an answer, so
All right.
we're gonna figure it out. I'm gonna go see what Simon thinks. And she gets up, looks back at you, pats your shoulder, and will walk her way over towards Zynon.
As you do
Zion
that,
Ash.
say, sorry,
Go
if I
ahead.
may. As you do that, Sayer traces his fingers on yours as you walk away from him. And Sayer crosses his arms and just says, loud enough for only him and Doom to hear. Why do you sound like Zynon?
Zain and Esh. While Lumira and Sair were conferring, you have been very intensely observing the ground. What is going through your mind?
Ever since that particular foraging outing, Zynon has been stuck in a bit of a pickle. To open up and try to talk to Ozal, he had to break open a door that its hinges had rusted closed. It had kept him safe. A decade of that safety just kicked open for nothing. And that hopelessness. Oof. It pulls him down and down and down, and he's lost. He is surrounded by Nova, by the tears. He is home on Kesiki, and he has never felt more lost in his entire life. So, he's been keeping his distance from Ozal, trying to be helpful where he can, quiet. But it's hard, because now the problem is that those doors are open. And a bunch of things just keep rushing out, these feelings, this torrent that he wasn't ready for, because there's nowhere to put it. He can't just give it to somebody else. And Ozal doesn't want it quite clearly, so he is just trying to figure out what to do with it next. He's trying to make good on what he said to Ozal, see them through to the end of their mission, make sure they have something next, and then fate knows. Or I guess Oblivion, up in the sky, watching everything we do. So, he watches the tears talk. He sees Ozal probably going on the scouting mission, even though he would have gone on the scouting mission. He is the scout of Strike Team Nova. But he's trying to give them space, so he is going to, kick rocks, hold down the dirt here with Seir and Bug, and send Lumira, send Yingke. I'm sure they're fine, but we don't know what will happen, so there's also that creeping anxiety of if the bulwark can't go, if he can't go, does he trust the Tears enough? If physical combat breaks out, is that enough? And down that spiral he goes until he arrives back on the same thing that came flooding out that he didn't want. That somehow, in the last few months with Nova, it got stuck somewhere back in there with all the pain and the heartache that he sealed away. Because the Lodestar was home. It wasn't just where he grew up, where he was born, where his parents were. It was where he had his family with his partners, where he had Doxa, and they had everything. The entire world was there. And there was a conversation that he had where this door cracked open just a little. And the feeling of that crack when he told Singh about Doxa, something got in. Because on the trip in the Wild Sea, he also learned something very pivotal that felt impossible. Which is on Strike Team Nova, there's one person who could rewrite time. And in that despair of Ozal closing the door, one terrible but inevitable thought got in. And it's now broken out. And he has done everything in his power to ignore it, to shove it down. But seeing Lumira and Seir plan, all he can think about is that look on Lumira's face when we found her in the storm. And when we asked her where she had been, she said the past. When Kesiki was green. And that terrible thought, it has such a beautiful sound. But he knows that right now, the only thing that he would save would be for himself. Maybe he could find this Ozalis that he's fairly certain would be kinder, maybe a more active and helpful member of the Tears of Fuyumi, instead of this cold, focused, sight on a rifle. The person that he knew was like honey binding together sweet bread. They brought everyone together. Hell, the four of them, the way they were when they were home, if only they were here. Dom with his common sense. Pyrrha able to bring everyone forward with a good plan that made sense. Even Zynon when he was younger. Less broken by all of this. but the one that he really wishes he could bring for everyone. It's the person he came here to save. The Azalis raid that maybe is gone now. But he's still hoping that they're in there somewhere.
Zinnia. As the Tears plan comes together, Bug rejoining your group as well, having hopped off of Sayer's shoulders as he went to talk to Lumira, you notice Lumira standing up, moving away from Sayer, moving with purpose toward where Zain and Esh has been quite literally kicking rocks. You notice her movement, you see the look on her face. Lumira, what is the look on your face that draws Zinnia's attention to you in this moment?
Focus. Determination. Hint of inquisitiveness. But stern, solid.
And Zinnia, you see Lumira begin to approach Sinan, a dynamic you have observed over the course of these 2 weeks of travel. Do you try to speak to Lumira now before she reaches him, or do you wait for them to touch base first?
I'll intercept now.
Okay.
Hey, Lumira.
Zinnia, hey. What do you need?
I was wondering, do y'all have a plan of attack for the garden? I don't know if you heard ours.
She freezes. Her eyes get wide. Just for a moment. And then focus right back. I'm still figuring out the iron bits and pieces. If you give me a minute, I can get back to you with something more concrete. Sound good?
Sure, but if you need any input, I can offer some. Kind of wait and see if there's any expression or any change to your face in this moment.
Her eyebrow quirks. That's about all you get. Input?
Sorry, my dog again.
No, it's totally fine. Well, what do you think is the best plan of action?
Well, Sayer's going to be back with Bug at camp. I know Jack is going to be back there too. I have no idea what Zinan's doing, so he'd be useful either way, but I know you, or at least I've seen you're not a fighter.
No. Not necessarily, or in the way that one would think.
I think Zinnia's eyebrow sort of moves up just enough. Curious about what you're hiding with your magic.
You won't get more. That's all she says.
Good.
Sinan typically is our scout, but she kind of glances back over at him again. If I'm being honest, I don't necessarily trust it if Osel is going along, so your options are me or Yinghe. Yinghe is capable, yes, but he hasn't been doing this as long as we have.
Yeah. I think when you mention Osel, Zinnia's mouth twitches as if they want to ask. And I think against their better judgment in this moment, because knowing every factor right before we head into the garden. It will be. You got some with Azel?
No, not at all. The thing is, Zynon's a bit preoccupied,
Oh, I know.
and that preoccupation has a lot to do with Azel. So,
Oh.
do I 100% trust that he would be on his P's and Q's in the middle of an important mission that is more than likely life-threatening without the looming presence of... And her eyes glare up to that big black hole in the sky. Then looks down at Zynon again. Back over at Azel. Almost like she's reassessing the situation and their surroundings. Tell you what, I'll go with you.
All right. You cool with Yinghe in the back? At camp?
And then she looks at Yinghe and Seer. And then Zynon again. Yeah. If Seer is there, everything's fine.
She notices that. All right, sounds good. Appreciate that. You seem to be the one who has their head on the most straight when it comes to your team, so it felt right to ask you.
She smiles, just barely. Yeah. Okay. Well, whenever you're ready to go, let me just go reconvene back with them. And, come get me when you need me.
Okay. If things go south, stick behind me.
Okay. And she says that, like, almost as if, like, the way she says it is like, oh, are you behind me? But she doesn't say it out loud.
Oh,
She walks over
Cydia
to
picked up
Zynon.
on it.
Mira, you approach Zynon, who, as you draw closer, Zynon, this is the same moment where that idea has slipped through that crack in that door with rusted hinges you had broken open for Azalis Raid, for the purpose of helping, of saving Azalis Raid. And now that that idea has wormed its way into your head, you can feel the roots spreading through the old soil of your body.
No.
And you see her, the genesis of it all. Lumira, come closer.
Pop,
Hey.
listen up.
You going?
Yeah. Seir and Yinghe are gonna stay behind. I think it would be smart if you did too.
You don't need to tell me twice. I already... Listen. I'm giving them a lot of distance.
She bites her tongue. Good. Good. Distance is good. So, with that being said, Seir and Yinghe and a couple other members of the Tiers will be back here. Pop, I need you on 10.
You don't have to worry about me.
Should I?
Aim still sharp as ever.
Okay. Okay.
I just sorting some things out.
I trust you. You'll get them sorted.
And that I trust you hits like a dagger. Straight in. And he twitches just a little sneer at the corner of his mouth. Be safe.
As always, you too.
You know me.
That's why I'm telling you.
Get out of here.
Whatever, old man. And Lumira will walk away from Zynon back over towards the tears.
And as she goes, he tries to shove that thought back into a flooding dam. Because, yes, he wants it. But this is his family now. And he loves Lumira.
And with that, alia iacta est, the die is cast. The groups are decided. In the scouting party, there is Zinnia, Libra, Azel, Begun, and Lumira, the only member of Strike Team Nova, advancing forward with the Tears. Staying behind in, let's say, the rear guard are, of course, Dr. Wu and Saral with Nose Mama, alongside Bug, Jack, Sayir, Zynon, and Ying He. Let's start with our scouts. Zinnia. It is Libra who wayfinds for you all. Careful not to take the main road, but to arch at least a quarter mile out east, far away from this straight shot down toward the gates. Ever wary Libra, keeping their eyes peeled for any signs of an ambush that might be posted along this path, any signs of physical and technologically advanced traps that might be lying in wait. And as the scouting party moves forward, your boots shift through mounds and mounds of dust. You crouch using what little natural obstacles there are as cover, old gnarled boulders here, half-dead husks of trees there. You imagine that this place, this basin, must have once upon a time been beautiful. You can almost see the ghost of crimson tendrils of grass and tall, proud cedars and pines, but now only their blasted, broken shadows remain. You walk for quite some time, circling around, keeping your eyes peeled, pausing every now and then to exchange hands with the spyglass and sweep the magnifier around. And then it is Libra, because of course it's Libra, who spots something. They hold up a hand, spyglass up, crouching behind a large boulder, and then they lower the spyglass and point forward in the direction they were sighting. You see it too. What appears to be poking out of a hill of dust, a metal sign. You'll have to get a little bit closer to see what it reads, but Libra turns back to your group and nods solemnly. I think it's worth it if we draw closer. Try to see if we can decipher the text.
I like the way you think. Let's go.
All right. Careful as always, okay? No one make any big moves without consulting the rest of us. And with that, your party creeps ever forward until you are within, let's say, 24 feet of the sign, and the lettering becomes visible. It says in large, bold text across the top of the sign, Erebor Launchpad Warning System. And then a series of smaller text underneath in rows. Red, danger, clear area. Flashing amber, hazardous, do not enter. Amber, enter with caution. Green, all clear. And there is a horizontal set of lights above the sign with a number of lenses corresponding with the different kinds of colors that are listed on the sign, but none of the lights are lit up. In fact, 2 of them look busted. However, unmistakably, someone has carved a circle, scratched it into the rust of the metal sign around red, danger, clear area.
I look at everyone else and I say we need to go.
Wait. It's Libra. That is obviously a shuttle launch pad sign. It stands to reason that the shuttle's gotta be out here somewhere. I don't know, maybe they put it underground. Maybe Jack should have come with. They would know if it's possible to put a shuttle underground.
Exactly why we should head back.
There are looks of trepidation around at each other, and Bagoon is the one that says, "Wait, hold on. You guys see that?" Points forward beyond the sign, and all of you see, glimmering maybe 15, 20 feet to begin with, beyond where the sign stands, on the surface of these undulating piles of dust, you see something glistening. Something that looks wet. Blue. Libra breathes out in a hiss between their teeth. No fucking way. No fucking way. Is that water? Hold on. Could be a mirage. Like an oasis.
Those were going to be my exact words.
I've seen mirages before. They don't look like that. There's something different about it.
Should one of us go check it out? We'll just send one.
I'll go.
Everyone looks among each other. Oh! Libra had about to begin to volunteer, but when you do so, they cut eyes over at you. You sure?
Yeah. I'm fast. I can get in and out.
Okay, then. But, at the first sign of any trouble, get out of there.
Okay.
We'll cover you as best as we can.
Sounds good.
Ymira, as you step forward, first approaching the sign and then stepping past it, sifting through these tall, knee to hip height mounds of dust that surround you. You can kind of hear the metal clicking of guns behind you, weapons and whatnot, as each member of the tiers prepares to draw their weapons at the first sign of trouble, but don't quite cock their guns yet. And Ymira.
Oh, go ahead.
As you carefully move forward toward the first of, now you see several large piles or perhaps pools of whatever this glistening substance is. How do you approach? What is your method of investigation?
Smooth, slow, steady, careful. See, it's easy to forget that Lumira was also trained by Artemis, right? She may not consistently be the first one that is always in battle, taking front in scouting missions, but she does know how to get information quietly, be in and out of places that she's not really supposed to be in. She can thank growing up with the twins for that. But she is careful and deliberate with it. You see her reach down into the side of her boot for her boot knife. It sits switchblade out at the ready, but close to her, prepped as if anything jumped out at her, her first range of attack is that. Slow, deliberate steps off over to the corner, trying to keep whatever it is that she's looking at in her line of sight, but keep her hidden behind whatever she can hide behind, whether that be boulders or blasted tree stumps, large mounds of dust. The point is to see, but not be seen.
Perfect. As you're inching your way forward, you can feel not only the stares, the cautious looks of they're covering you from the tiers, but specifically Ozalise Raid's glowing amber eye. You can feel it burning a hole in the nape of your neck.
Not now.
Is is there a part of you that's trying to impress them?
Lumira will admit this to literally nobody. Not at all. She would actually rather meet Oblivion 7 times over 8 before she admits this out loud. She 100% is trying to impress Azel. She understands where her position is. She understands where she's standing. The shoes, she's not quite filling, but she's still standing in them.
Lumira, I need you to make me a survival check. You do not have situational advantage. You are not getting assistance from another character. Your knife is out to defend yourself, but it's not necessarily helping you investigate. So that is going to be 1d20.
Yeah, I'll do a survival check, even though I do have something else I could possibly use, but I'm gonna do a survival check.
Okay, you can bring that forward if you prefer, or you can take the survival check.
Well, I have archaeology, which allows me to investigate the history of a place by using a wit check instead.
Okay. I think if you're doing the wit check instead, no matter the
survival.
result. Okay, because it's about looking instead of staying hidden.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to stay
survival.
hidden specifically and also get stuff out of it. Okay, let's make that 1d20 against your 10. We're trying to get a 10 or under.
That was 10 right on the dot. Fuck.
Kind of cutting it close.
Real close.
Kind of cutting it close.
Real close.
Okay.
Real
So
close.
this is what that barely just succeeded means. You inch forward slowly, using the natural terrain to your advantage. Careful not to disturb the dust too much in case something leaps out at you. And 10 feet beyond the sign, you draw close enough to the first pile or pool of whatever that substance is to see it in closer detail. It looks, in a word, at first like water. It glimmers and it shines on the surface of this dust. But there's something else about it too. It looks thicker than water, and whatever substance it's made of seems to be gently undulating. Even though there's no breeze right now to cause waves over the surface of a puddle, it's like the undulation is coming from deeper within. And you can see little tiny glowing neon points. Very, very barely glowing, almost as though the light itself were asleep. And you feel it on your periphery too. This isn't the only puddle of substance. There are more of them. You sense them now all around you. They're everywhere. Now that you're closer, your vantage point is better. There's so many piles of whatever this thing is. And as you get closer, I assume you've been breathing this whole time?
Yes.
Okay, as you exhale, and a little piece of dust nearby floats up due to your exhalation, drifts on the wind, and slowly settles on the surface of this nearest pool. And that's when the water comes to life. Seir, Zeinen, Yinghe. Back in the rear guard, it is Bug now who has picked up the habit of kicking rocks. Every now and then, slamming their toe against a pebble and then looking longingly in the direction of the scouting party as they become tiny little figures in the near distance that seem to have stopped and are now looking at something. Yinghe, arms crossed, turns to you, Seir. I hope everyone's okay.
I'm nervous. And Sayer's been like the long implement that he's been carrying around is sitting in his arm. And every time he's like pacing, it jingles. Like metallic rings are ringing against each other. And Sayer's like tapping his foot and looks over to Yinghe and says, Neela. Inha.
Mm.
I don't know, it's too quiet. Do you think you could step over into that periphery and give me a shot if something goes wrong?
Of course. I'll make sure to cover all of our dead angles.
Yeah, thank you. I wish Zynon were out there with Lumira.
Well, he's a good shot. He can maybe even nail something from all the way over here, despite the distance.
That's not what I'm worried about.
Yinka's mouth tightens. They nod knowingly, but they begin to step off to the side anyway to widen your area of protection. And that's when Bug shouts excitedly, "Ooh, look! Something's happening!"
Zynon
What?
has been standing at the highest point that he can find, with his rifle out, with the scope that Lumira made for him on it. And his eyes have never left, not Azali's raid, but Lumira.
And Zynon Esh, you and Bug notice at the same time, though you with far greater detail through the scope, something rising off of the dust, directly in front of Lumira. Clouds? Vaporous, cloud-like creatures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 dozen, perhaps more, hundreds of creatures rising in a living cloud, each with fan-shaped wings and dangling off of them long, thin tails. Each of these creatures has individual differences, and their sizes each vary, some as tiny as a barn swallow, others the size of a person. Like living kites. Some are shaped in bulbous and oblong formations, others are thin and whip-like serpentine, others are in a state of constant flux, but each and every single one of these creatures is defined by a central cluster of glowing neon gases, pulsating as though it were a star, as though it were an eye, as though it were a mouth, as though it were a heart, as though it were a brain. And this massive flock of whatever these creatures are rises so high you can see them even without your scope. A murmuration of them. And now we pan the 2 miles or so deep into this basin, this dusty basin, to find you, Lumira, and the rest of the scouts with this surge of creatures all around you, and in one instance, they swarm and dive bomb all of you. So we're gonna enter combat. These creatures are the predator because they attack first, which means each of you are prey. How being prey works is I will roll for the creatures using their adversary dice, yes, because they have multiple, and you are going to try to beat their lowest roll in response. If you do not beat it, you will mark a hit point off. If you do beat it, then you defend yourself successfully. Let's do this. Okay, I rolled a lot, but their lowest was a 5. So we're looking to beat a 5. We are going to start with the one closest to the swooping, dive-bombing creatures. Lumira, how do you try to defend yourself from their assault?
How are they, like, attacking? There's just, like, a dive bomb, like, kind of all at once. Is there, like, anything that's, like, latching out, grabbing onto people, like, causing more of a ruckus? Or is it just, like, fast-moving towards us?
At first, when they first come at you, when you have that split second of decision to decide what you want to do, it looks like a swarm of living balloons / kites / clouds that are just surging toward you. The outlines of each individual body are so vaporous that it's kind of hard to tell where one individual begins and another one ends. They're just surging at you as a living torrent.
but the only thing that's really kind of make outable is that cluster of neon lights that kind of sits in the middle
Yes,
that operates
one.
like that. Yeah,
That is
each
correct.
one. Got it. Okay. I think in that split second when everything's like when they start to rise up from the ground, it's almost like a slow motion moment where Lumira sees that movement of it rising and she turns and like yelps to the tears like go 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 and starts booking it. So I think as of right now her back is pretty much turned to them and she's hauling ass towards the rest of the tiers.
That sounds like survival or grit to me. Grit if you're just trying to run as physically fast as possible. Survival if you're trying to use the landscape to also dodge and weave.
Survival, yeah. Again,
Okay,
this is
great.
She's indeed a child of Artemis, just like the rest of Nova.
Okay, no
survival.
situational advantage, no assistance from another character. Are you harnessing a tool or power to help you?
Right now,
Or are you
no.
just running for now?
I think she's
Okay.
just running for now.
That's 1d20, you're trying to beat a 5.
Cool. 2.
Okay, yes, as these creatures, I think you are able to kind of dive down and duck, and by sheer luck, or perhaps also happenstance and a little bit of Artemis's training kicking in from a deep part of your brain you've not had to activate in some time, you're able to dodge and weave. You can feel their wings, their butterfly-like wings, fan-shaped, billowing and buffeting you over your head. It's like being inside a dust storm again, as the dust around you swirls and picks up from the wind. But thankfully, none of them tag you, though you feel some of them whoosh right past you, and now Zinnia, they're surging toward you. How do you defend yourself?
I think Zinnia instant reaction is to summon her shield. I think when something like this attacks fast, shield comes out because she knows she can protect other people as well.
Okay. Where does Zinnia summon the shield from? Would you say it's most from her wit, her charm, her grit, or her survival side?
Survival.
Okay, so that is going to be roll 1d20 for actually, it doesn't matter, because we're just trying to roll as many d20 as we can to beat a 5. My bad. You do not have situational advantage. You do not have assistance from another character. You are harnessing your power. So that is going to be 2d20, beating a 5.
Beautiful. Lumira is so much like me. I got a 2.
Oh my god! Okay, what does your shield look like as it springs into existence barely fast enough to cover the first wave?
I think even it is similar to that giant shield of dust. But in this moment, I wait till Lumira passes by. The second I know there are no other tiers directly in front of me, I pop the shield, and I think I risk one getting very close as the
Okay.
shield comes up instantly.
Perfect. Your shield is large enough to cover 2 other people, aside from Lumira and yourself. Remaining are Libra, Ozzel, and Bagoon. Who do you leave out?
I leave out Ozzel's raid. They can handle themselves.
Okay. The shield springs to life, and as these creatures make contact with it, they don't splat against it or crumble and fall like a bird hitting a windshield. They just kind of almost like spreading across it like a cloud dissipating, goo-like almost, and they kind of painlessly and unharmed over the top of your shield and go around like droplets dispersing across a mirror, careening and freewheeling through the sky and through the air in an almost carefree way. Bagoon and Libra both hunker down immediately as the shield springs up. Ozzel's raid, standing off to the side. As soon as these creatures rose, they had loaded their shotgun and are pointing it at the cloud, the swarm, the living cloud surging toward them. They do not move. They do not try to defend themselves. They just shoot. And as they do, we see them get dive bombed by a small contingent of these creatures that in one instance they just completely cover Ozzel's raid to the extent that you can't even see what's happening because there are so many animal bodies all around you, they vanish. But all of you do hear a loud bang, 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 intermittently ringing out across the basin. So they're definitely still alive enough to shoot. And now, we pan back to the rear guard. Zion, Bug, Jack, Dr. Wu, Saral, Yinghe, and Seir. You hear Ozalise's shotgun go off. You see the mob swarm the scouting party. And Yinghe turns back to face all of you and says, we need to go out there. We need to help them.
Shit. All right, go.
Zynon has his rifle out. He saw this whole thing down his sight, and he doesn't fire. He sees Zinnia cover Lumira and the others, and it's that shotgun blast sound that gives him pause, because it sounds like the echo of a shot in a cave. He puts his rifle down. We gotta go. Get him out of there.
All right, everyone, we move as one unit. And Sayer's already like packing up, like helping Dr. Wu, helping like Nose Mama to like get in gear, and he's looking over to Bug and he's just going, "My back, you got it, right?"
I got it! Nose Mama can go really fast when she's motivated! Come on, Nose Mama!
All right.
Let's go save the rest of our group!
And Bug places 2 fingers in their mouth and whistles, high-pitched. It rings out across the basin. And Nose Mama, completely unperturbed by all of this chaos unfolding around her, finally lifts her ponderous head up, lets out a shakes the dust off of her scales, and starts to move forward, slowly at first, like a train gathering momentum. And Saral and Dr. Wu quickly climb onto Nose Mama's back, as with each step she goes faster and faster and faster, all of her feet thundering over this hard cracked basin. Her serpentine tail and body whipping side to side. And Sayer, you book it on foot with Bug on your back, who is shouting, whooping, and hollering excitedly at the top of their lungs, despite how much attention that might attract. Zynon, do you hop on Nose Mama's back, or do you run alongside Sayer and Bug?
Zynon hops on Nose Mama's back, and as he does, he puts his rifle under his arm.
Okay.
And he is climbing towards the front of Nose Mama to try and be the front guard for the people on Nose Mama.
Okay, you are able to maneuver yourself to the front, past Dr. Wu, past Saral, and toward the back is Jack, who has their crossbow out. They're kind of the rear guard of their rear guard, also on top of Nose Mama. And Yinghe is running stride by stride with Sayer next to Bug. And it does not take very long, even as you start hustling and moseying your way over to the scouting party, for all of you to notice about half of the swarm fluttering through the sky break off from the rest of their compatriots and start to slowly, at first, it looks like, drift and balloon their way in your direction, but it becomes very apparent very quickly that despite their graceful motions, they are moving very, very, very quickly. And within moments, half of the swarm is upon you, now dive bombing each of you. So I need all of you as well to make your combat rolls, please. I'm going to roll separately for the rear guard because it's a different group of creatures.
That's
That's
fine.
nice of you. That's nice of you.
Is it nice?
That's
Is it
so
nice of you?
violent, Connie.
Connie's gonna be like beat a 1.
Right?
Honey is like die.
So
Yeah.
you do need, in fact, to beat a 1 on this. As
Fucking
these
I was having funny.
hell.
I was having funny haha time, Connie.
surge at you. As you decide how you want to defend yourselves, as these creatures draw closer, you hear Saral exclaim, not only in fear, but also in excitement and exhilaration. Oh my goodness! It's razor kites! Oh, it's a swarm of razor kites! Oh, I never thought I'd
You need
see
to be
them
less
this much.
excited.
Razor
They're
kites.
endemic to this mountain range! That's right! And you have heard the term before, Zynon, though you've never encountered razor kites yourself. You know that they are creatures, insects, birds, ? That belong to the far north of Kesiki. That's pretty much all you know. But as they draw closer and closer, faster and faster, Sabral is enthusiastically exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Wow! I can't believe they're still here, but I guess that makes sense. They are quite infamous for their ability to enter a state of cryptobiosis, and oh, there's so many of them! Hundreds! There must be hundreds! This is amazing! Oh, but it's okay, they're mostly harmless.
What do they eat?
Well, they're opportunistic predators, so they eat pretty much anything they can overwhelm. But as long as there are too many of them... and as they surge closer, the last thing you hear before they overtake you is Dr. Wu saying, "Wait, where's the queen?" So how do each of you try to defend yourselves?
Sayer bites the inside of his mouth. This is not how he wanted to unveil his gift to Bug. He wanted to have ceremony, he wanted to have ritual, just like Artemis did for him. When he was given the Crescent Blades. And Sayer, I think, like, shoves his shoulder in a way that indicates to Bug it's time to get off. As soon as Bug gets off, Sayer pulls this long implement from behind his back that's strapped to him and looks to Bug and says, "Hey, Cricket! Are you watching?"
I can't help but!
All right, focus! And he's going to remove the canvas off of this and reveal a monk spade. On one end of this darkened steel is this wide blade that looks like a shovel, and on the other end is a curved blade that looks like a crescent moon. We see that on the wide spade end, there are 3 rings on either side that jingle, meant to terrify more subtle, more terrified creatures in Kaseki. On the other side is this very, very sort of like controlled, sharpened blade meant to pin, hurt, and attack. And it is long. It is big, maybe too big for Bug. But that's because it's meant for Bug to grow into. And we see Sayer kind of like unveil it with a flourish. And I'm going to use the monk spade to demonstrate to Bug how to use it, as well as to cut through the swarm as much as possible.
Perfect. You hear Bug let out a,
Oh, that thing is so cool! That's what's been under there this whole time!
and then the razor kites are upon you. So you're using this tool to, I assume, protect Bug and kind of keep them off of you?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, that is going to be, you have no situational advantage, you have no assistance from another character, you are harnessing a relevant tool or power, so that is 2d20.
2d20 and I have to beat a 1. Alright.
That's right.
That's good. Let's go.
No fucking
No
way.
way.
No fucking way. What the hell is happening?
2 1s, baby!
No, now it's on to me to fail. That's my job.
My creatures kill you!
It's my job to fail.
Kill you!
Okay, Zidon, I need you to
I know.
die.
Okay, I need you to Honey, I'll do my job. It's fine. I'll do my job. It's fine.
I'm taking a picture of this.
Sayer, how do you expertly, flawlessly enter the zone and perfectly protect Bug and yourself from this dive-bombing swarm of razor kites?
Zynon and Yinghe, you've never seen Sayer wield any other weapon than the Crescent Blades, let alone a polearm. And we see Sayer, like, hunger himself low. He spins the monk spade in his hands, and we see him do several revolutions through his wrists and his body to cut through and weave past each and every one of these razor kites that are swarming past him. And each time he's doing this, he keeps looking over at Bug and he goes, "You have to make a choice every single time you use this blade. Are you going to hurt or are you going to control? Every single move is a choice. Are you listening?"
Yeah. And Bug's eyes are wide, looking at this whirlwind of not just violence, but purposeful, intentional movement that you weave in a dome of protection around yourself and Bug as these creatures, these kites. Not only do you defend yourself, you manage to get a few of them too, as the sharp end whisks through the air because you got 2 1s. You see one cut through the, not fibrous, the almost gas-like wing of one. It just slices through it like it's a plastic bag. But instead of bleeding or anything like that, it just kind of whee off to the side like a kite with a rupture in its membrane and just whee along the wind and just careens out of the rest of the swarm. You get a few of them like this, and you can see flashing neon gases pulsating brighter and brighter in interest, drawn to apparently the jingling sound of the bells and iron attachments you have. They seem quite attracted to the commotion that you are currently making. What
A
about
fun
you,
detail that
Simon?
I will add.
Oh,
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
A fun detail I'll add is that all of the like main elements that are holding the blades are from Sayer's antlers that he wore on his belt and bandolier. And those, so it has the antlers and the bells. Yeah, Zayden, your turn. Please help me.
Fucking.
All right, Zayden, how do you try to defend yourself and the rest of the people on Nose Mama's back?
Dr. Wu and Saral have been showing Zynon everything that he's longed for since they've come to Keseki this time that he didn't know he wanted. And he'll be damned if Saral is killed by a swarm of razor kites as she admires them. So, Zynon cannot bring himself to shoot them. There's just this constant voice, a face in the shape of Yinghe's disappointment flashing before his eyes. So he does something he hasn't done in quite a while. He remembers defending against the Forge Master in the City of Heaven. And he begins to call the molten metal to form a flower shield over the front of Nose Mama to try and deflect as many of them as he can. And as he does, he calls on more power in him than he has maybe ever called on since that day, because he's going to protect Dr. Wu and Saral and Nose Mama.
Okay, I like that a lot. You do not have situational advantage. You do not have assistance. You are harnessing a power. So that's 2d20, beating a 1.
I am also harnessing technically my tool.
Oh,
Because
You know, it's... Go ahead.
It's technically, and I'll let you just swap it one for one, that's fine, but technically, the cracks of molten creation are his tool.
Okay, so
Actually-
you're harnessing your tool, but not your power. You can only do one at a time.
Yeah,
you
okay,
only get one
boss.
bonus
Okay,
at a
boss.
time. Okay, so that is a 2d20.
Well, Connie, I thought I'd make it up to you by rolling a natural 20.
Okay.
Can I tell Connie to get fucked one more time? Is that what you're telling me? Is what you're telling me right now? Oh.
No, I rolled a natural
Oh.
20. It's the opposite. I gave Connie a present.
Yes! And I assume the other one didn't make the cut either.
No.
Okay.
Every time I
Perfect.
leave your ass alone. Every fucking time I leave your
Listen, there are
ass
things
alone.
there are things that I'm way better at that I'm not doing right now because I don't want to kill these things.
Now?
Zion.
That is
That's what you have a change of heart now?
Zayden, what does it look like as you summon the molten creation within your scars, within your grief, and attempt to make a shield?
They sputter. It's not like when he called on the dust before, on the molten creation before and it became dust. It's not like that this time. It depends also on his vision, his clarity, and right now, his clarity is flooded from a door busted open that was supposed to be a dam. And that molten creation just melts, fusing into Nose Mama's scales and vanishing. It does nothing. And he is left just trying to body these razor kites.
That's true. Thankfully, you are in front of Saral and Dr. Wu, which means you take the brunt of the attack of the swarm. As the molten creation bubbles and fails, sloughing off of the front of Nose Mama's nose, these living balloons, these alive and lucent clouds dive bomb and mob you. And at first, all you can feel is the pressure of their wings and the gust of wind flowing past you. And there is a brief moment where it doesn't hurt at all. And then, all at once, it does. It's like bathing in fiberglass. Thousands and thousands of microscopic barbs, each as sharp as razor wire, cut into your flesh, your hat, your hair, your clothes, rend through your survivor's outfit as though it were made of nothing but spider silk. I need you to take 1 hit point off of, just mark it off, mark that hit point off as you are rended, and most of the razor kites that swoop past you just kind of bomb you and just move past, but a few of them start to stick on you, like large leaflets covering your body, each one gouging deeply into your skin as though their entire body were a lamprey's mouth, and they start to feast on your blood. There's one on your shoulder, one on your gut, one on your leg, and you can see as, you don't know where their mouth is, but it's almost like their entire body is a living mouth. And as you feel your blood getting leached and sucked out of your body, you can see their own translucent bodies filling with your blood, Zynon. With your mortal crimson blood, filling them up, and you see their stars, their brains, their hearts pulsating happily as they feed.
Connie, are you okay?
I'm back in the fucking building again.
Because now we pan over to you, Lumira.
No, we
behind
don't.
Zinnia's shield. You can sense above your head the swarm splitting off, and now it's your turn to act. Scouting group first. What do you do?
Shit. Man, I have to assess the situation first. I have to glance around what it is that we're looking at, take in what they're doing. More specifically, I'm paying attention to what they're doing to Ozzel. Ozzel's the closest that they are to me. So they look terrifying for the most part, but at this point, harmless. So what are they doing to Ozzel?
To Ozzel. Okay, you scan the battlefield, and you see the group of razor kites that had flooded and swarmed Ozzel. They kind of flutter past, and you see Ozzel's raid still standing there, but there are a few of these creatures on various parts of their body. There's one at the side of their neck, there's one on their right leg, and there's one on their left calf, and you see that all of their clothes look torn, shredded, like they were fed through a paper shredder, and they're bleeding just all over their body. They're just drenched in blood, and you can see these creatures that are on them are starting to they're kind of pulsating almost on top of their body and filling with Ozzel's raid's own blood. They're feeding off of them. Ozzel is still standing, but they don't look great. They are completely bloodied. Their shotgun is up. Their hand is not wavering. They're continuing to shoot.
What a bad bitch. Damn. I think when Lumira sees that, like, over the commotion, she lets the rest of the scouting party know exactly what they're doing and what they will do once they pass over us. So now it's a matter of, they're so fast. And her eyes quirk just briefly, watching the speed in which they move. And she looks back at Ozzel. They don't know I can move faster. And I have to get the rest of us out of here. I can tend to wounds after. I gotta put the tears in a liminal.
Okay. All of the tiers in the scouting party, yes, you try to construct a liminal around them?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. So with your time magic, you draw on your wit. correct?
Yes.
Okay, so now, because you are acting, you are on the offense, we are making rolls according to your stats. So, when summoning your liminal, you do not have situational advantage. You're not getting assistance from another character, but you are harnessing a relevant power in this instance. It is at least a 2d20.
Cool.
We're trying to beat a 12.
8 and a 2.
That happens? Okay. What does it look like as you summon, you pull upon this well of innate magic within your soul, and you summon a liminal that springs around the tears?
I think it happens in almost bullet time for the rest of the tears. Lumira kind of breaks out from underneath Zinnia and her shield and kind of makes her way through the tears to be the direct center point between Ozzel and the rest of us. And just as quickly as she stands directly in the middle, you see her center herself, her hands go out and flourish in front of her. Zinnia, around you, you see translucent, glimmering gold, almost like incorporeal clock gears that shoot up around you, and each of their sides coincide and link together completely, forming a bubble that sits around you. Noise from the outside kind of gets dulled and muffled, and everything moves to slow motion. You are now the fastest thing that's moving in this spot right here now. And you see her directly in the middle, concentrating, but looking like she's not even breaking a sweat.
Zinnia, it has been a long time since you've been a syndicate agent, but even now, seeing this time magic spring around you, you recall a patron saint's voice in your ear, speaking offhandedly about forbidden magic. This magic had not been allowed at the syndicate. It's dangerous. And Lumira, you succeed. A dome of a liminal springs around you as you hold it in perfect focus. Everything around you seems to almost stop. But it's not that. It's that you and everyone around you inside this dome is just so much faster. And there's a moment of victory, a moment of success as you protect the tears around you. You prove your worth, not just to Azalis Raid, but to everyone inside your vicinity.
I need us to move.
And then you feel it. Her eyes. Lumira. The one single eye which also contains infinite multitudes. No, not infinite. What is the opposite of infinity? An empty, numberless vastness of eyes, all pinned and looking down at you.
Not the time.
She's coming closer. She has come closer, drawn to your magic like a lighthouse.
Fuck.
Oblivion. The pressure of her notice is immense, more than that of a god. The closest comparison was when it was just you and fate in the chamber of the Prime Oracle. An immense weight, a looking down, a visceral pressure pressing down on you on all sides.
The liminal warbles, just a bit. It shakes, some of it comes apart, but just as quickly as it comes apart again, it seals right back up. I think the crack in it at that point in time lets in sound from the outside before it quickly gets muffled again as she seals it back up. I need us to move, I need us to move, I need us to move now!
Zinnia, we pan to you.
How many razor kites are inside of this liminal?
There are hundreds outside. When it had warbled, a few got in. Maybe half a dozen, slightly more.
Easy. Okay. So, There is a special something that Zinnia keeps only for monsters. If you forget, alongside Showstopper and Rapture, she has a specific green dagger that is in near pristine condition. She only breaks out for special occasions, and this is one of those times. How fast do they move?
They're quite fast. They're like living kites. They swoop and dive, like birds.
Okay. Inside of the liminal, though.
Yes, they're moving at the same pace as all of you. So they're moving at the regular rate, as though there were no liminal at all.
I think she can still handle it. She's going to absolutely... firing a shotgun in here is too reckless. Anything else? She knows how to use this dagger. She's used it more times than she'd like to have. So I think she's just going to try to stab as many that she can.
Okay, is this grit? I assume you're using your pure physical strength. Okay, you do not have... Well, situational advantage, no, but you are getting assistance from another character. I will count the liminal as assistance in this time. You're basically cage fighting these things. They are in your territory, so I will give you the assistance. You are harnessing a relevant tool / power, so that is 3d20. You're trying to beat a what? What is your grit?
10.
A 10. Okay, we're looking for 10 and under.
We got a 4.
That is a success. What does it look like as you use this green dagger to hunt down the stray razor kites?
I think there is a shift that happens in Zinnia. Instantly, the second there was enemies, there was a chance that people could start dying. Zinnia goes from almost passive and ready for defense to full-on attack. I think it is simple as, does she see one? It is almost instantly deleted. She moves with a quickness and a viciousness that you see only comparable to Azli's raid. I think knowing that she will still take like a million small cuts from these, that does not bother her. She can heal herself afterwards. So she drives the dagger into and through each and every one she can reach. And I think by the time she's done, her arm, she used her left arm for this, is just covered in blood.
Oh, yeah, I like that. You're just cutting through them as though they were literal plastic bags. You slash one entirely in half. When that happens, its body splits in two and kind of drifts off, but the central neon gas is now exposed to the air, and it kind of flutters there, vibrates with light as though it were lightning shooting through a thundercloud, and then the gas dissipates. That one dies. And the two pieces of its body just kind of float like tissue paper down to the ground. You slash through a couple of other ones, damaging them enough to make them not a threat anymore, and wholesale just killing the others, just slashing them out of existence. Perfectly and immaculately protecting your party within this liminal from the attack and mobbing and dive bombing of these razor kites. But now, our rear guard. As you survive this initial swarm, you can feel the torrent of them coming back up as they start to rise into the air and descend for another dive bomb, but there is something else in dire need of your attention. As Nose Mama continues running and hurtling her way over to the scouting party, which all of you now see has been encased in a dome of some sort, and there is very fast activity within that dome that is so hard for the mortal eye to track. In the near distance, a mountain of dust off to the east of the Erebor estate rises. Like a tsunami of desiccated flakes, it rises. No, it is not the dust that is alive, but the thing underneath it. And the razor kite queen surfaces up into the air, shaking off dust from her massive wings like they were glimmering particles from a monarch's outstretched limbs. Each of her wings is easily the length of a train car. And the star in her body, no, not just the star, the stars that comprise her body. There are well over 24 of them, glowing points of neon gas, and they all begin to fluctuate, pulse, and turn a bright, angry crimson. And she flaps her wings once, flaps it twice, and each buffets a massive gust of tornado-like wind up into the air before the rest of the swarm rises up, leaving your party behind, and joins her on either side. And with her drones beside her, the razor-kite queen descends. And we're gonna cut the break there. Thank you all so much for tuning in so far to this installment of the Chaos Protocol Arc 4. We will be back in just about 10 minutes. Everyone, please go drink some water. God knows I need to drink some water. Have a snack, stretch your body, take a bio. We will be back in 10. Enjoy our sponsor reel. Bisho.
What the?
You know what time it is. Sponsor Connie time. For Arc 4, we're collaborating with the Working Families Party, who are building a multiracial coalition of working class people to make our communities a better place to live for everyone. You might be thinking, why does a political party care about a queer tabletop show? As it turns out, the Working Families Party believes in the power of fandom to effect positive political change in the real world. So do we. As a transplanered, you're no stranger to just how political our show can be and how our stories are never just fiction. In fact, let's take an action together right now by signing a petition by the Working Families Party to break up big media companies. This cause means a lot to us personally as indie actual play performers fighting censorship, telling authentic stories, and resisting authoritarianism. Go to bit.ly/WFPtrans and add your name to the list. By signing this petition, you will join the Working Families Party's mailing list and receive opportunities to help them organize, educate, and fundraise. So let's build a better future together. Howdy, Transplay Nerds. It is, once again, Sponsor Connie time. Arc 4 is proudly sponsored by Hero Forge, a website where you can design and print your very own custom miniatures. But you already knew that, didn't you? Because the spectacular Hero Forge has sponsored us every single arc so far. We've stuck together through all sorts of exciting updates, like Hero Forge Pro, statuettes, color-printed plastic, premium plastic, but now, it's time. It's time for one of the most exciting Hero Forge updates ever. Custom dice. Hero Forge is now offering 3D printed custom dice, where you can put literally anything into the clear material of the die. Each die is printed in the same layers as the item or character bust inside of it, resulting in a solid, perfectly weighted chunk of math rock. You decide the size, color, and shape of your die, the size and color of the numbers on top, and, of course, what the die contains.
Put a frog in it.
Don't die-lay. Visit bit.ly/transforge to design your very own custom miniature or custom dice today. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the back half of this episode of the Chaos Protocol. Before we hop back into it, just a reminder of content warnings for this session. As always, the Chaos Protocol is a dark fantasy actual play series that deals with content that may be triggering for some viewers. So content warnings for this back half may include fantasy violence, blood, gore, death and killing, grief, complex relationships, survival and scarcity, environmental collapse, apocalypse, guns as weaponry, monsters and monstrosity, swarms, youth in dangerous situations, and references to classism. No youth will be harmed in this or any other Chaos episode. For a reminder of these content warnings at any time, in the Twitch chat, use ~CW. As for YouTube Live, our incredible mods will be copying and pasting these content warnings in the chat, so you can just tab over to chat to get up to date about everything that might be going on. Wonderful. And with that out of the way, let's get right back into the session. Sayir, Zynon, and Ying. Astride Nose Mama, the three of you watch as the cloud of creatures that swarmed, dive-bombed, and swooped at you now in a massive neon murmuration rises high, up into the air and swirls like living clouds back in the direction of the scouting party, not to dive-bomb the other half of your group, but to join their queen, who now rises from the dust, beating off the powder from her wings splayed wide enough to blot out the suns in the sky. A massive, beautiful creature, every single one of her over 24 stars now pulsating bright crimson red down at these threats to her hive, in a threat display of her own. And the three of you here, breathlessly, on Nose Mama's back, Saral say, equal parts fear and awe. There's the queen! I can't believe it! The glass-winged butterfly. Queen! I never thought I'd see one in person even before the dust came. She's beautiful. Did you all know that she's the only member of the hive capable of reproduction? Everyone else is a drone. They exist to serve her, to protect her, to, of course, mate with her when the occasion calls for it, but they're not creatures of the dust. They're not even creatures of volcanic ash, even though that's where their eggs are incubated. They spend their entire adult lives in the sky. This is their home. This is where they're supposed to be. I just wish we weren't in their nest and they weren't trying to kill us. And now we pan down to Zynon and Sayir as your group continues to gallop toward the scouting party, now menaced by a new threat. What do the two of you do?
Zynon is just covered in blood and just actively trying to pry one of these razor kites off of his shoulder. So you're saying that only she's the one we need to protect?
Yes, but I don't know if we could take her down, to be quite honest.
As Saral's voice drops into an uncharacteristic low register as she considers the weight of what you're asking, and Zynon, as you're trying to pry the razor kites / glass-winged butterfly, seems to be another name for these creatures, off of your body, you notice that they let go with very little resistance. It's like you're trying to touch a plastic bag / the back of a jellyfish. It's kind of wiggly membrane, and as soon as you make contact, it kind of releases from your body, and you notice what it was using to drink your blood. It wasn't just absorbing it through osmosis or ripping into you with tiny little barbed teeth. You see retracting from the central star a little proboscis, like a little butterfly proboscis that had kind of just been slurping up the blood, and it releases you as though to say, oops, sorry about that, and kind of drifts away.
Ugh. Well, then, I don't feel too bad about taking a few down, but we gotta get out of here. And I got an idea. And Zynon's been thinking a lot about being down in the loam, in front of the great Jianmu tree in the wild sea with Lumira. He's been thinking about it a lot today, actually. Thinking about the look on her face when they together unmade the Baron. And to that end, Zain Esh knows that he has some black powder on him today. Because he has bullets. And so, Zain would very quickly like to create a small explosion to dissuade them from getting any closer to Nose Mama.
Okay. Okay. You would like to make a loud noise?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Listen,
Wonderful.
Azalise is shooting a shotgun.
That's true.
I'm not the problem.
That's true. And they're definitely mobbing Azalise. Yes. Okay. So, where would you say, what part of yourself are you drawing on to make this explosion? Is it your wit, your charm, your grit, or your survival instincts?
Oh, this is survival all day. This is... Zainin knows how to load bullets. He knows how to empty bullets. And what he wants to do is make a small, just like quick rip of a few bullets, fill a sachet, and throw it so that it explodes
just up
over
and
there.
just have explode.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, I see what you mean. Okay, so you don't have situational advantage, and I don't think you're getting assistance from another character, but you are harnessing a relevant tool or power. So that's going to be 2d20. We're trying to beat your survival, which is a 12, and also you now have an adrenaline die. Because you lost a hit point, you gain an adrenaline die. This die expires at the end of combat, and for most people, it is a d20. But Zain and Ash, it was a d12 for you when you first got to Kaseki. Because, well, as we all know now, you were dead. Now it has dropped to a d10 in the wake of taking that point-blank shotgun blast to the heart. If you were to die again, Zain and Esh, well, we'll cross that bridge if we get there. So would you like to use your adrenaline die as well? Or just try it if the two rolls fail first?
Yeah, I will
You can do it
I will
after.
use that, I'll use that, you said I can add it after?
You can add, yeah, why not? Yeah, I think it's more strategic if you're able to do that, yes.
Okay. Then I will hold it in my hand and not think about the big looming hole in the sky and where Zain and Esh goes, if this goes poorly.
That's right.
Oh, good. Okay, we're fine. That's 2 under my survival, so...
That is a success. What does it look like as you explode this thing?
He very quickly, after ushering off, I guess, the razor kites that did attach, he opens the bolt of his gun, pulls the bullet out, and quickly, just like with one quick, pulls the bullet off, and empties it and throws it into the air, and I think shoots it the same way that he's been blowing up black powder since forever, honestly.
It is an impressive feat of marksmanship, what you do, very fluidly and competently and expertly. The powder goes up, and it explodes. Because you succeed with such aplomb, how high up in the air do you explode it?
The intention was for it to be a good, 20 feet up.
Okay, easily done. 20 feet up and poof, an explosion of black powder. And you see as the hive, most of it had kind of left where it had been mobbing your group, swarmed off and was joining the queen now. You see this entire huge cloudscape of razor kites, of glasswing butterflies turn as a unit ponderously in the direction of that explosion.
Cool. That, I hope they keep looking further that way, and he's gonna actually try and move Nose Mama away from the explosion.
Away from where the explosion happened. Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Yeah. As Nose Mama starts to turn in the direction of your, I guess your movements of where you're gesturing her, and you see the cloud of glasswing butterflies start to float in the direction of where the explosion had gone off, up in the air, perfectly within their line of sight. You hear Saral go, "Oh! I was going to say, they're very attracted by commotion, based on everything I know. Sights, sounds, smells, anything."
What about a giant Nose Mama?
Maybe, but the bigger, the better, and right now that explosion is the biggest thing so far. It's good if it draws them away.
And now
Keep
we
doing
pan
it.
down to Sayir.
Seeing that explosion go off, Sayer kind of just like clumsily exhales, Zynon? Watching that happen, and then watches Zynon swerve away, and then like nods, okay, and realizes that he cannot do this alone. Sayer he's just one man, and he grips tighter onto the moon spade and realizes it's time. He is afraid and he's scared for his mentee, but he must. And he turns around, he looks at Bug, and he goes, "You got that? You ready?"
I think so. That's for me? That's what you've been making?
It's for you. And he tosses it over to Bug, and he goes, "Care for it. It is an extension of yourself. It is your everything. As a warrior, as a hunter, the protector. You will grow into it."
It's heavy. I don't know if I'm strong enough to use it yet.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. If you weren't, I wouldn't have made it for you. If you weren't, I wouldn't be entrusting it to you.
And Bug
You're gonna have
looks
to
at
watch me
you
now.
with such wide eyes. There is an insecurity in that gaze, such a desperate, plain, naked desire to make you proud, and also the naked fear that it will let you down. But they see the trust in your eyes. They hear the security and the confidence in your voice of its success. And you see the fear melt away. And they smile, they grip the haft of the monk spade tightly, and despite how heavy it is against its slender frame, they spin it in a pretty good intimation of a move you did as they continue to run alongside you with a big smile.
Okay, I'll do my best.
All right, use it. Create space. And what I will actually do in this round of combat is I'm going to use my ability Strategic Intelligence. When you investigate a threat or the possibility of one, make a grit check. For each success, you can ask the GM one and receive an honest answer. That is what I would like to do. And
Okay.
yeah.
I would
Can
say
I use anything?
Yes, situational advantage, I will give it to you because you have information from Saral, actually, about the biology and behavior of these creatures.
Thanks, Saral.
Situational advantage. That's right. Assistance from another character, I'll also give that to you because Zynon caused a distraction that is drawing them away from the direction you're headed in. And are you
Okay.
harnessing a relevant tool or power? I don't think you are.
Fuck. I don't think I am. This is not
That's
the time.
3d20 total. That's still
All
quite
right.
a lot of dice. You're trying
It's
to
a lot of
beat
dice.
a 10, I think. Yeah.
Beat the 10. Okay, that's 2 successes, 1 failure.
Okay,
so
so,
there's
for
a 7
each success,
and a 5.
that's great. You can ask 2 questions and receive an honest answer. So your questions are, what's the biggest danger here? What's my best way in, out, or through? And who or what is the most vulnerable to me?
What is my best way in, out, or through? I know what the biggest danger is here. And who or what is vulnerable to me?
Vulnerable to you. Nothing. This swarm cannot be defeated by you. That is the answer. You, on Nose Mama's back, know that with your combined firepower in this instance, you can't kill the swarm. The queen is too big. Unless a miracle happens, or you push yourself to your absolute limit and pull out a power within you that you have not yet displayed up until this point, you cannot defeat this queen, and you cannot defeat her swarm. You could possibly take out a good chunk of the swarm, but it would be a Pyrrhic victory at best. Otherwise, what is vulnerable to your influence, rather what is susceptible to you, what you can change and shape, are the decisions that you and the rest of your team make now in this instance to respond to this threat on your doorstep. Speaking of which, what is your best way in, out, or through? I will answer that in two ways. The first is this. You hear a noise in the distance that isn't the fluttering wings of the glasswing butterflies. It isn't the explosion that Zynon has just caused or the shotgun blasts coming from Azali's raid. It is a noise that sounds like the creaking and groaning of wood and the rattling of very many chains. And you see about a mile or so off the front gates of the Erebor estate, of the garden. Is it just a trick of the light, or do they look like they're moving open? That pings for you your best way in, out, or through this threat. And now at this point, as you're taking all of this in, your groups rejoin each other. Nose Mama catches up to where the liminal is, and as we pan into the liminal, Lumira, at this point, everything outside of the liminal has been moving in very slow motion, including the rising of the queen. But through it all, even as Zinnia is slashing and destroying the creatures inside this bubble all around you, as Begoon is tackling Libra out of harm's way as one of them swoops toward them, as Azali's raid scowls and lowers their shotgun, even them knowing better than to fire a blast in a closed room, you feel the eyes of oblivion on your back, on the nape of your neck, pressing down on you as though the palm of the Buddha, forcing yourself into an early grave. How long are you able to sustain the liminal before the pressure is too much?
Lumira sustains the liminal for quite a bit. This is second nature to her now. She's crafted enough to where she's pretty well adept and can kind of do this in her sleep. I think this is the largest amount of people at once that she's held in a liminal, which does kind of strain her a bit. But I think what actually starts to weaken and drop the liminal is a specific glasswing butterfly that I think almost got too close to Zinnia's face. Like it was almost like a face hugger to an extent. And I think she swishes, like she's holding with her left hand the liminal, and her eyes dart over to Zinnia, and I think Lumira, much like the Baron in season 1, flicks her hand, and Zinnia, you see that butterfly, that plastic bag, deflate and fall to the ground into dust, as if right in front of your eyes it aged like 400 years and turned to dust right in front of you. And then that's when the liminal itself warbles, when she splits her attention.
Focus.
Yeah.
As soon as you channel your focus into trying to protect Zinnia, the bubble like wavers and then pops. Essentially, the clockwork gears just vanish out of sight. It's gone, and you can still feel it though. You feel the eyes of oblivion on you, and even though that black hole is barely larger than it was a mere moment ago, you know she has gotten closer because of you, because of your magic. Zinnia, as Lumira drops the bubble, and you see Nose Mama coming closer and closer with the rest of your team on her back or astride her, what do you do?
Make sure the entire team is converged together.
Come on.
I think without question, yes. Immediately grabs. How's Lumira doing? Is like Lumira okay physically after that?
She looks a little winded, but that's about it.
Okay. I think like gives you covers you long enough to let you catch your breath, and orders everyone else.
Thank
Get
you.
to nose mama. All of
Heard.
you.
Ugh, fine. Libra reluctantly lowers their rifle as they hoof it over to Nose Mama, and Azalis Raid had lifted their shotgun again and pointed it directly in the direction of the queen, as the rest of the swarm is now passing overhead to investigate the place where Zynan's miniature smoke bomb essentially had exploded. And you notice Ozzel's trigger finger start to tighten over the trigger of that shotgun. Do you stop them?
Ozlis, it's pointless.
They lower the gun and they run toward Nose Mama, because as much as they want to fight this thing that has surged in front of them, they have a different and more important and urgent objective that is not this glasswing butterfly. That is the only reason why they lower the gun, and you both know it. Their duster flutters behind them as they book it toward Nose Mama as well, not to hop on her back, but to rejoin the rest of the tiers so you can all run together. And it is Bagoon who shouts as he's also hoofing it to rejoin everyone else. Where should we go?
The gates! The gates are open to the estate! The only shot.
That's right! They're opening! They're opening! And Bug points with the monk spade, gesturing forward, and sure enough, as all of you direct your attention toward the gates, you all hear, ringing out over the basin, a familiar voice, amplified by a speakerphone. You can hear the crackling of it, the kind of technological, mechanical warbling of the voice. Hey, assholes! Over here! And you see that at this point, the gates are fully open. And there's someone at the threshold waving her arm, gesturing for your group to hoof it over. Stovall.
Stovall.
Let's go.
All right, let's go.
Okay, you fucking hoof it, you book it toward the gate. You're running as fast as you can if you're on your feet. Nose Mama is moseying it the fuck along, very motivated, just a living train. And those of you who are on foot, you can feel lactic acid starting to build up. You can feel the dust pouring into your lungs with each haggard, rough breath. Above your heads, you sense the shadows. Translucent, wavering, wobbling, liquidinous shadows of this swarm and their queen, now floating in the direction of where the Zion smoke bomb has long since dissipated. And now, as a single unit, these living kites turn around in the sky and they begin to dive and soar, bob and float in an almost a gentle manner, but you know what they are capable of, toward your party as you book it toward the gates. You're about a half a mile out from the gates when you see vehicles leaving the gate entrance. There's a roaring, and 1, 2, 3, 4, half a dozen, maybe 10 or more outriders roar out into the basin in various directions. You see chrome-plated dirt bikes. You see neon cruisers with rusted wheels. You see floating mopeds covered in scavenged chitin, and riders on their backs, 1 or 2 or even 3 per vehicle, are waving in the sky, sputtering flares, huge bright emergency flares of different colors. Others are wearing jangling bells. Still others are banging on pots and pans, shouting. Others are blowing whistles. In all directions, they spread out. And you see above your heads the swarm dissipate. They kind of in all different directions, each member of the hive chasing a different outrider. The queen herself, however, continues to float directly in the direction of the main gate, about a quarter mile behind you and gaining. And now I pan to each of you for the final action you take as you race toward the gates, the queen hot on your tail. Who would like to go first?
I'm down.
Go for it, Zinnia.
I think Zinnia and Libra together are 2 of the fastest runners when it comes to the tiers. And I think they share a look. Zinnia does a simple whistle, and they run faster. they get enough headwind to actually get one shot off. And I think Zinnia slides to her knees, and she lets Libra use her shoulder as a mount for their rifle.
Yep. Despite whatever tensions had been bubbling between the two of you ever since that ill-timed argument in your tent, despite whatever frostiness Libra has been treating you with in the past few days, in moments of conflict, in moments of genuine danger and threat and violence, the two of you work together like a well-oiled machine, as though there is no friction between the two of you at all. You didn't even have to whistle. They would have known it by heart. As you drop to a knee, as soon as your knee touches the ground, the rifle is there. And you know instinctively exactly how to time you holding your breath so you don't throw off their aim. So I'm going to have Libra roll. They have situational advantage. Yeah, they do, because there's distractions all around. They have assistance from you. They're harnessing a relevant tool or power. That is 4d20. That was a nat 1. That was another nat 1! That was a nat 2! That was a nat 18. This is Sing's die. This is
Let's go, baby girl die! Baby girl die!
Let's go!
That's my sister.
Let's go,
That's my
baby
sister. I love you.
As
I
you
miss you.
exhale, Zinnia, you just hear Libra's voice muttering in your ear. Just gotta slow them down. And then the bullet, we follow it as a through the air. It rips through 1, 2, 3, a dozen different glass wings and then hits right in the center of one of the glowing neon gases of the Queen. Now, gas is not corporeal, so it is an odd question if it can be killed by a bullet, but it certainly was wounded by Libra's bullet. There's a hole, a tiny bullet-sized hole inside the Queen. She's not dead. It is a question of if she's injured, but her trajectory does change slightly. Like there being a tiny hole in the wing of an airplane, made of glass, and she just slightly starts to drift off to the side, even as the rest of her neon stars continue to glow bright crimson, and you can see the tendrils, the tentacle-like tendrils, and her kite-like wings, like fluttering a little to try to course correct, but it does throw her trajectory off enough to buy you additional time, which is all you need. And now we pan over to the rest of Nova.
Well, I know what I'm doing. Sayer sees Zinnia take charge in this moment of buying time for everyone. And it's not just buying time by engaging with the big giant monster that's in our direction. Also about ensuring that everyone who is here gets the smoothest path forward rather than slowing things behind us. And I think Sayer unsheaths patience, looks over to Bug and says, "Follow me!" And what Sayer is going to try and do is to coach Bug to join him, and to basically make a pincer movement to cut a path open for the rest of the tier, so we can get to the gate faster before the Queen descends upon us.
Perfect. Okay, so that is either grit or survival. I'll let you pick.
I'll take survival.
Okay, you do have situational advantage. You're getting assistance from Bug, and you are harnessing, I assume, patience?
I am harnessing patience, indeed.
That is 4d20. You did not lose or take out a hit point, so you don't have adrenaline dice in this instance, but that's still a lot of dice.
Nice. Don't like that. Okay, that's better. 2 successes, 2 bad failures.
Okay, well that's all you need. 2 successes, more than enough. What does it look like as you help model good behavior and movement and form for Bug, forming a pincer movement to clear the path, both of solid obstacles like dust that might have floated in the way, and also of the creatures that might have peeled off from the main swarm to kind of dive at your heads?
I think this is literally this feels reminiscent of the past. Sayer has always been half of a whole. Sayer has always had someone watch his back, run alongside him, astride him, someone to pincer with. And this feels like it, except instead of it being natural, instead of it being communicated but a glance, Sayer's coaching, Sayer's teaching Bug how to be Sing. Just strange. And Sayer, as he's like running ahead, it's facing Bug. He goes, in front of you, in front of you. It is an extension of you. You're not hiding behind it. Come, come, come. Watch your feet. Watch your feet.
Okay! And though their movements are clumsy to start, they are a quick study. And even though the monk's bait is a little too heavy for them right now, it does look natural in their hands as they maneuver it and hold it. And every single instruction you make, their movements get that much more fluid. They are learning by the second, by the moment, not even by the minute. The improvement is instant. They respond.
Yes. Yes, Cricket. Yes. Yes. Are you seeing this? Yes. Keep going.
Yeah! I'm kicking ass! And you see them like swing the kind of pincer-shaped side of it up and like buffet enough air to send one of the glasswing butterflies whee, careening off to the side like a kite caught in a gale.
Yes.
And with that, you and Bug are able to more eloquently clear a way forward for Nova and the rest of the tiers. At this point, you run past where Libra has just fired off the bullet astride Zinnia's shoulder. And now we pan over to Zynon and Lumira.
Zynon was sitting on the back of Nose Mama. He had scrambled over the top to watch the flank, rifle up, in case any of our glasswing butterfly drones got closer. But seeing now they're distracted, he focuses in on the queen and he sees Libra's shot go in and one of those lights go out and his heart sinks into a hole in a cave. And he wants to pull the trigger and he hears his Ema's voice in his head. This is a shield. And he knows what he wants to protect with that shield. And it has to be this glasswing butterfly. Unfortunately, even if it's large enough to kill all of us, he cannot kill this creature. And so instead, he listens to something else. Something old, but not that old. The bells. The training hall alarm at Trans. The sound of chimes at a temple, at a shrine. And he calls upon these sounds and he thinks about hearing the bell from Haruna City, even far out in the fields. And though he cannot make a bell large enough, he wishes that sound to be here to call this giant queen home, to his home. And I would like to try and do something pretty wild. I would like to summon the sound of the city bell of Haruna City at a distance away from us.
And call the queen away. Okay. What skill would this be for you? Survival? Charm.
Yes. Charm? Survival?
You know, I think it's charm.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah, it feels like charm. So, situational advantage, I would say, though she is distracted and the swarm's attention is split, not in this situation because you're trying to get all of their attention with an extra big noise, aside from all of the rest. So not situational advantage, and not assistance, but you are harnessing a relevant power in this instance. That is 2d20, and we're trying to beat a 10.
And now I anticipate needing my adrenaline die. I'm just going to hold on to that in my hand.
Yes, it's a 10 or below, yeah.
Okay. I got one success. I think this... I'm just for good measure, because I want to get 2. I'm going to roll that adrenaline die, because I can get... Yeah. 2 successes.
You got to... Okay, 2 successes. All right. What does it sound like? How loud do you want it to be? And in what direction does the bell of Haruna Valley ring out in?
Well, it obviously rings out to the south, because that's the direction that Haruna Valley is. And it's this deep, resonant sound that has been down in Haruna City to just chime in the twilight, sunrise. It's the thing that has marked time in his entire life, and it's what made the sounds at Trans sound so familiar. And it is loud, but he's never done this before, and it's like a ghost listening to the sound of a bell. And that story that he was told over and over again, that spirits and bells go together, they are clarifying. And so he searches for that resonant tone and listens for it more than projects it. He listens for the tone of the bell from home, and it echoes, I think, only a dimmer version of what it would normally sound like in the Lodestar, which is already quite far away from Haruna City, if I'm honest. But there's a boom.
Yes, it is funny because it's not an actual bell that you're conjuring. It is the memory of one. It is the echo of one. It is the ghost of a bell that you draw on from your own mind. So it is not only filtered by the literal distance between your memory of the Lodestar setting and where the bell existed in real life, but also the psychic distance between you here in the present and you in the past. So the noise rings out, but it sounds muffled, far away, not just by distance, but by time. There is a quality to it that feels spectral, and yet it reverberates. And because this basin is so wide and flat and there's so much atmosphere, it does ring out. It vibrates because that's what sound is. It's vibration. It vibrates through the air and due south from the direction whence you came. And it, for an instant, takes over all other sounds. It doesn't cut over them, but it kind of cuts under them as a low bass-like resonance. And we see the queen, which had been your target for distraction. She wavers in the air. There's no way to stop in midair, but she does swoop in a low and small and tight semicircle, like a floating manta ray, and she doesn't have a head, but all of those 24 and more stars seem to be pointed in the direction of that noise as she circles in the air like a vulture, not going north and also not going south, but simply making a circle as though taking in the resonance, taking in her surroundings, debating what next to do.
That's it,
This
big girl.
This has bought you and your party more time. And speaking of buying time, Lumira.
Yeah, Connie. What's up?
What would you like to do? How would you like to contribute to Strike Team Nova and the Tears of Fuyumi's escape?
I'd like to go to bed, if that's all honest. That's where I'm at now.
What, you want to hang out with our new friend? Our new friend?
I would actually like to hang up and go to sleep, but I can't do that. So,
Sleep and dream of her.
Shut up. Okay, serious. I'm a professional. Okay, so Big Mama is floating around at the time,
she's
just
circling.
Shoot. I have an idea.
Shoot.
And it might be kind of wretched.
Do it. I want you to. I want you to do it.
Please
I
be ready.
encourage you. I enable you.
So here's the thing.
Yes.
Oblivion's been coming closer every time Lumira has been using her time magic. However, she's been using it a little recklessly. She'd like to focus in. What I would like to do, Connie, I want to recreate Zynan's explosion earlier.
Oh. Like have it play again?
Have it play again. vault
Okay.
that explosion back in time to replay it one more time. That's what I want to do.
Okay, you're okay.
Not
You are
me myself vault, but the explosion itself. I would like to rewind it and play it back.
Okay. You have never done this before.
No, I have not.
You have not vaulted since the worst mistake of Sayur's life.
No, I have
And
not.
you had vaulted yourself several times. And each time, Oblivion had grown larger significantly more than when he had simply used a liminal.
But that was because that was the first time. I know better now.
Okay. So, Lumira, when you try to use time magic that requires you to push yourself, your chronology die changes size. We're not just using a d20. You're pushing yourself. We had these fun rules for your chronology in the side here that I would love to use. When you push yourself with your chronology in combat, you first roll a d6 to determine the die size of your weapon. So before we do anything, just roll me a d6 and just tell me the result.
6. So it's a D6.
Okay, that is. Yes, that is a. Yep. That means it's a d6. You're rolling a d6 for this. Okay. But something odd is always going to happen no matter what the outcome is, because
Correct.
you're pushing yourself even if you succeed. So you do not have situational advantage. You are not getting assistance from another character. You are harnessing a relevant power. So that is going to be 2d6, and you're trying to beat your wit, which is a 12, so there's really no way for you to fail.
No.
But we can roll it anyway to see how low it is.
I didn't grab another one of my metal dice, so I'm going to use my Lumi D6 from Die Hard.
Oh, perfect. We love you, Die Hard.
We love you, Die Hard. Thank you. They're so pretty. All right. How's a 1 and a 3 work for you there, Connie?
Okay, that is 2 successes. What does it look like as from this distance you attempt to vault a noise, an event that you did not originate yourself?
It's a bit difficult. I'm not gonna lie there. Lumira has an idea and she is nothing but hubristic. So while she is running towards where she's supposed to be, she does start to run a little slower. She starts to center herself. She takes a deep breath, remembering the lessons from her compadre or companion during that nifty little trip. And she remembers the sound it made, how it came rippling across the expanse of this desert. She remembers the rocks rumbling under her feet where she was standing in her physical presence. And she pushes out further, trying to revisualize, and remember this explosion. And I think it almost comes off of her in waves, almost like when you're looking out at concrete in the middle of summer when it's hot and it's those like heat reverberating waves. That's what's emanating off of her, that flushes through the desert itself, and you see the cloud where it dissipated at almost reform back together and grow smaller before it lets right back off again in the exact same detonation sequence.
Yes. The ripple
nose
occurs.
bleeds.
the reverberation occurs, there is a tightening of not just space back where the explosion happened, but also of time. And then, like a magician's scarf being pulled through the eye of a needle, the explosion reappears in midair. But it plays backwards. So it's like an implosion instead of back in. But the noise is just as loud. And there's a shaking, a vibration that sweeps over this basin, kicking up dust in a big gust. And the swarms that have been following the Outriders kind of waver, like balloons bobbing on top of an ocean wave. And we see those on Outriders waver on their motorcycles as well as this errant gust of wind comes out. A few of them almost lose their footing and skid out, but they're able to grab themselves and right themselves back on their motorcycle. And this loud explosion that plays again causes the circling queen to slowly descend in its direction. And much of the rest of the swarm lifts up and starts to follow her, giving everyone a much needed opening to book it all toward the gate, with the rest of the swarm now no longer nipping at your heels, but a good amount of distance away. But then there is, of course, a consequence. You still feel it, Lumira, the eyes on the back of your neck. But in this moment, there is no time to take all of it in. You have to get to safety. You have to take advantage of the opening you just created. The extent of the consequence will become apparent to you later. As all of you rush toward the gate, we see now the Outriders coming from within the garden, also like making a wide turn, basically U-turning their way in, so they're right on your heels. And now Nose Mama is the first one through through these huge, tall wooden gates that are busted wide open. Sayir running alongside, Zinnia, Libra also leading the charge. Everyone on Nose Mama's back, Yinghe as well. And then a few beats later, the Outriders also one in after the other. And on either side of the gate, we see these large iron chains, also supported by what appear to be neon tassels of some kind, and at least two people on each chain, like pulling on it as the gates start to swing shut. But it takes a while to open and also close these massive, huge main gates. And all of you can see, as soon as you pile through and have a moment to stop, catch your breath, and look back out the way you came, you see the circling queen of the glasswing butterflies slowly still rotating in the place where the vaulted explosion had occurred. And then, realizing it's no longer playing, she turns around and starts speeding her way toward the gate. As the gates begin to close, a short narrowing, foot by foot by foot by foot, but she's picking up steam, and by God, she has a tailwind, a gust of breeze at her back, blowing these creatures in your due direction. And Stova is shouting something very loudly, very hurriedly over the speakerphone. And right before the razor wings, right before the glasswing butterflies, the razor kites smash in and filter in through the gap. It closes. They barely swing shut. And that is when the swarm soars up above the gates. Above the towering stone walls of this safe haven, and they start to dive. For no wall of any height can truly stop a creature that rules the skies. But as soon as the hive swoops down toward the garden, they scatter. In all directions, individual glasswing butterflies spill off to the sides, and even the queen herself, this massive, mighty creature of impossible size, wavers in the air above the gate as though hugging something, hugging an invisible barrier. No, not as though hugging an invisible barrier. There is a barrier, and it's far from invisible. Because as the razor kites lazily circle the skies above your heads, you now see ripples undulating across an energy dome that protects the airspace above the garden. You can hear it too, a humming noise, a protective electrical current and for a few beats, the queen hovers there, like a magnificent floating jellyfish, surveying her kingdom. And then, rapidly losing interest now that this prey is clearly out of sight, she turns and begins to gently float back out toward the basin, trailed by the dozens and hundreds of other glasswing butterflies that surround her. And as the sky clears from this swarm, Lumira, you see it. The black hole in the sky. It had been the size of a dinner plate all this time before. Soon after you tried to correct Sayur's mistake, it had widened to the size of a dinner plate, and now it is the size of a beach ball. But that's not all. It's very, very, very slow, barely perceptible, but you know it, you feel it deep in your bones, for you are the one that is causing it, that has caused it. Like someone pushing a marble down a path, and now the marble is rolling. It's getting bigger. Moment by moment, it is widening. No longer just growing with each impulse, but now just growing. The immediate danger subsides. And now all of you finally have the space and a little bit of wherewithal to take in your surroundings, to take in the interior of the garden. Beyond this main gate, you see the vast and sprawling grounds of the Erebor estate. No, of what used to be the Erebor estate. The bones of Buta's palatial residence are still here, just as Saral had excitedly described them many times during your long sojourn. You see luxurious pavilions with cedar roofs and shoji screens. You see stairways hewn from polished stone, covered walkways that twist and wind, maze-like complexes of elevated hills, the tallest of which, due north, houses that main keep you had seen from the outside. But aside from these fixtures, Buta's estate is barely recognizable. You see solar panels, wind turbines on every inch of exposed roof, fresh laundry fluttering on clotheslines, even colorful murals of the verdant place that Keseki used to be, painted on what used to be drab inner walls of Buta's estate and transforming them into something that feels a lot more like home. You see new structures, too. Metal silos, satellite dishes, electrical wiring, light poles, neon decor, even brand new buildings hewn from steel and glass. There are multiple places where the vast outer wall has caved in, but they're now patched over with titanium sheets or thick paneled glass or chromatic plating. But most of all, you see the people. There are people everywhere. In front of you, lounging on the front stoop of patchwork pavilions, walking along walkways reinforced with steel beams, heating up rations over cooking pits built into the shallow basins of dried-up ponds. In one courtyard, you see elderly survivors kneeling in front of game boards, playing chess, or shogi, or mahjong with each other while shooting the breeze. And in another courtyard, you see a middle-aged survivor sitting on a boulder, reading a colorful book out loud to a group of enraptured children. Yes, there are elders here and children, too. Families, entire families of survivors, all watching each other's kids, taking care of each other's grandparents, pitching in whenever and wherever they can. There must be dozens of people here, maybe even hundreds, given the scope of this place, how well built it is, how well lived in. The air inside these gates is different, too. It's warm? Smooth? No, it's clean. Well, cleaner, as clean as it can get in the apocalypse. You hadn't realized how painful the simple act of breathing had been for weeks and weeks for some of you, months for others, years for others, until it no longer hurts to draw air through your lungs. How do each of you take in your surroundings as the gates shut behind you? And what detail is the one that most catches your eye? Let's start with Zinnia.
I think Zinnia notices breathing. Zinnia spent 5 years alone on Kaseki. They know better than most how hard it gets to breathe and how used to it you can be. And I think as they're, especially after running that much, the breath starts just shallow and gets deeper and deeper, and they realize they can actually take a deep, deep breath and not feel like they're choking on something. And I think they look at that and feel, in some ways, almost home. Being able to breathe takes them back to the Syndicate. It takes them far away from here just for a moment. And then I think looking around, seeing everyone else, snaps right back to it. She still has a job to do.
We pan over to Nova. Sayur, how are you taking this in, and what is the one detail you're hitching on?
In great wonder. Just the same wonder when he saw the Raya for the first time. When he first beheld the city of heaven. When he was on the skyline in Inferno and saw the glittering streets beneath him. Wonder. There's people. The air is clean. There's children. I think the detail he latches onto is perhaps a pair of siblings. Laughing, playing, a glint of mischief in their eye, and Sayur feels a bright voice somewhere behind his ear, bright and cheerful, giggling. Sayur, this place is beautiful. That's what she would have said. Or, Sayur, are you seeing this? Skipping ahead, smiling at Nova, greeting people. And that's all Sayur can see here in this moment. They see her sing. And that's the thing he latches onto, is how much she would have loved this place and how that wonder would have just permeated in this warmth after weeks of desperation.
And now we pan over to you, Lumira.
I think after the complete days of whatever the hell that blocked that queen from being in all of her children, from being able to descend on this place, I think Lumira takes a long look. And I think the thing that sticks the most with her is the community. Everyone together, sharing resources, looking out for each other. It pulls on threads that are just now starting to form, even just by little bits and pieces of her memories of home, the bits and pieces that she has remembered or has gotten in dreams, and in the grove with Artemis. It reminds her of Tungal. And I think that's what that's what lands the heaviest with her. So she's shell-shocked in a way that's very different for Lumira when she experiences or is introduced to a new place. It's almost too familiar.
And what about you, Zynon?
Zynon can still feel the bass note of that bell in his chest. And now he's home. This is a Kasekian city of people, families. It almost overwhelms him to feel just that brief moment of walking through the marketplace in Haruna City. People just sitting together, and he tries not, but he can't help it. His eyes linger on a little Kasekian girl, and his heart falls into the floor for a moment, but it galvanizes something in him that he had almost lost sight of because of that conversation that wasn't really a conversation with Ozalise. But this isn't just about a future for Ozalise. The thing he always wanted for Doxa was a tomorrow. And these people, this Kaseki can have a tomorrow. They're still here.
As all of you take a moment to take in your surroundings and resonate deep within your bones, within your own souls, with different pieces of the garden. Stovall. The speakerphone she hands off to someone else. There's a roaring of engines as the Outriders kind of slowly and lowly, carefully gutter off toward wherever they're housed in this complex. Stovall approaches you all. She doesn't look hostile, but she is wary, guarded. And at this point, all of these new arrivals, these dozen and more of you, are getting quite a lot of curious looks from the locals. The nearby kids who are listening to a story or some sort of lesson, they immediately turn away from their teacher, completely ignore them, and look in your direction with big wide eyes. And even the elders, most of them just look up, and go back to their game. But a few of them kind of step away from their game boards, leaning on canes or talking to each other. None of them look hostile either. There's mostly just curiosity. But Stovall is the one who quickly holds out an arm as though gesturing for the rest of the garden to keep away for now, as she assesses whatever the heck is going on here. And Stovall approaches your group as a whole, and then sees Sayir, and strides up to you specifically, directly, as well as Yinghe.
Hey.
You, the two of you, what are you doing with them now? And she gestures specifically to the tears.
It's Sayer has never been thrust really into the face of Nova. This is a position that he has never really been in. He's like brought out of the reverie of thinking about Sing and is reminded that he is just Sayer, and looks over to Yinghe, to Nova, to everyone else, and just goes, we got in trouble. And yeah, thanks for out there. We appreciate it.
One sec, my Bluetooth is cutting out. I'm gonna have to just restart it. It'll take like 2 seconds.
We become friends with everybody. We win. We win.
Saved. Oblivion is no longer a problem. We're gonna end the arc right here, you guys.
We're cool now.
Yeah.
We're cool now with Oblivion.
We're all
Everything's
cool
fine.
now. Yeah, Oblivion's
I'm
gonna
back.
head home.
They can hear us.
What
They
did
can hear
you
us.
see? What?
Hmm?
Oh, you figured things out with Oblivion? Is that what happened while
Yeah,
my
yeah.
Bluetooth
No.
cut out?
No, not at
No.
all. We sat here
No,
and
no,
waited
no.
patiently for you to come back.
Oh, okay.
We weren't trying to chase the narrative or anything. No.
No, not at all. We're
Of course
really
not.
no. We're the
Oracle, obliterate Nova. Okay,
No.
back to the moment. Stovall nods slowly as you say that you just ran into some trouble with the tears, and she says, "Well, trouble certainly seems to follow you all. What are you all doing here? Anyway, what do all of you want?" And now she addresses this question not just to Sayir, but to the group as a whole. And those eyes also land on you, Zinnia.
Sayir looks at Zinnia with a look of, we should probably just tell them.
We're looking for Buddha Erebor.
Stovall's eyebrows shoot up, both in recognition of that name and in surprise, and there's something else to her expression as well. Buddha Erebor. All right, and what might your business with Buddha Erebor be?
Zinnia doesn't say anything, just gives a look. I think they can make an assumption.
The look is all Stovall really needs, and it is Ozalise who speaks now. Where is he? Okay, hold on. Before we get into anything, really, I think it would behoove all of us to maybe just introduce ourselves to each other.
Yeah.
You're all survivors, I assume. The two of you were two separate groups, and now you're all together looking for Buddha?
Well, sort of. We're helping out our fellow travelers here, but we're just we were looking for the garden and for Buddha Erebor, but this time maybe less gunfire for everybody. And he does shoot a look over to Libra.
Libra has not been looking at Stovall in the eye at all this entire time. In fact, you've seen them try to hide their rifle behind their back. They're kind of every which way but Stovall. But Stovall sees Libra, and you see her face harden, the jaw sets. She's able to figure it out. And she says, "Well, Mac is dead. Not many people can survive a shot like that to the temple. But we appreciated your help in preserving his body." And she addresses that to Yinghe, who looks surprised at being addressed. And Yinghe says, "Oh, of course. I'm sorry to hear that he died. I wish I could have saved him. There's very little you could have done for that. He was already gone. But thanks to your help, we were able to bring his body back here before it, and we gave him a proper burial. That's the most we could ask for nowadays. But it does seem like none of you, at least now, are an imminent danger or threat." And she says that not as a question, but as a warning that she directs at each of you, and says, "I had extended this invitation to your party, Sayir and Yinghe, but if all of you are together, then I suppose the invitation extends to all of you as well. I think it's time for us to go to Samishi. She is the one that can answer all of your questions and get all of this sorted."
Right.
Okay.
Sinan watches
that sounds
Ozalise acutely.
Ozzel, this entire time, has been rapidly and intensely scanning the entire interior of this complex. It's like they're looking for someone. Their eyes land on each face, categorizing it, and then just move right past when it's not the face that they are looking for. And they scan every single person in this general vicinity. They don't seem to find what they're looking for. And when Stovall volunteers to bring you all to Samishi, that is the only time that Ozzel's gaze snaps back to Stovall. And they just say, "Lead the way." Okay, then. She'll be able to patch you all up, too.
Zynon draws a singular and clear conclusion from all of the information that he has about Samishi Erebor, Buta Erebor, and Azalis' raid. And if Azalis were interested in listening to a word that he had to say, like they used to, he would tell them. But he chooses to keep it to himself and walks closer to Seer. We should keep an eye on Ozzel.
It's been so long since he's spoken to Sayer. Sayer almost like stiffens. He hasn't heard your voice in his direction in a while. And Sayer kind of like glances over to you at this typical olive branch that happens between these two men in particular. Nods. Got it.
Strike Team Nova and the Tears of Fayumi. Your two groups follow Stovall as she escorts you through this entire complex. You see various locals, some of them like follow your group and then they pause when they can't follow you anymore, looking very curiously. It is Nose Mama in particular that causes quite a stir. A lot of kids, wide eyes, people of all ages really. She's a hit. Everyone loves Nose Mama. They're all staring at this large creature. Some of them even try to like reach out and touch her, but it's Bug that barks at them like a dog and kind of bites at their hands to get them to back off a little bit. They look surprised, but then they laugh. Oh, sorry, I'm just protective of Nose Mama. And Bug's eyes in particular are glued on the other kids here. They're staring at the other kids like they're some sort of tourist attraction, like they've never seen other children before, especially people their own age. And then like the kind of like novelty seems to wear off, and then there's like a deep sort of painful yearning on Bug's face as they pass by other children of their age. There's a moment as the other kids also look at them, and then they just walk right by, as Stovall leads you all through bustling courtyards, up and over shaded walkways, and eventually you reach a hill, and you go up these winding switchbacks all the way up to what is the main location of the main keep, all the way in the very back of the complex. And up here, elevated above the rest of the Erebor estate, you get a stunning view of the entire garden. You get a view of a once palatial complex that has now been transformed from a lavish estate of isolation and luxury to a genuine safe haven of survival and community. And it is up here, on the highest peak, that Stovall leads you not to the main keep itself, the main building, but a long building a couple of dozen of yards away from it. Long building with glass walls and these tall, stately aluminum ribs. And the glass of these walls is blurred, so you can't really make out the interior in any detail at all. And as you approach the main doors of this building, they kind of open automatically. And all of you, Nose Mama included, for this building is large enough to accommodate her, you step into a private botanical garden. Or at least what used to be a private botanical garden. The bones of it are still here. You see a water fountain in the middle with no water. You see flower beds all around with no flowers and no soil. But this place isn't entirely colorless. In fact, it contains the most color any of you have ever seen since landing on Keseki. You see succulents, actual plants, cacti in clay pots, most of them more thorn than greenery, but they are alive. You also see air plants hanging from the roof eaves, their thirsty, thin leaves splayed to absorb any and every molecule of moisture they can get. But most of all, you see dust? Or is it dirt, but just particularly gray? Sitting in glass jars, sitting in clay pots, sitting in plastic bottles that have been cut open, sitting in petri dishes. In containers and containers, you see dust, occupying every other available surface, and each of these containers is meticulously labeled. And at the very back of this greenhouse, her back turned to all of you, currently laboring and working over one of these containers of dust, is Samishi Erebor. And we're gonna end the session there. Thank you all so much for tuning in so far to tonight's episode of the Chaos Protocol. What an episode it was! Oh my goodness. Let's do some much-deserved introductions, starting with our incredible guest star for the evening, Dare Hickman.
Hi, hey, hello. My name is Dare. Pronouns she, they, they, it. If you like the stuff I do, you can find me pretty much anywhere on the internet at Dare to Dream RPG. That is DARE, the number 2, DREAM RPG. And if you like the vibes of tonight's episode, for any reason in particular, then maybe you might want to check out a podcast called Sapphics at the Cinema, with me, co-hosted by my lovely partner and Transplanar alum, one Quintastic _, because we may be talking about some sort of road that might be a little furious or something like that. You'll find out on Wednesday. And I will throw it over to Val.
We love you, Quinn.
We love
We
you,
do.
Quinn.
We
Hello,
do. I say
everyone.
loudest.
Dare does say it loudest.
We know. We know. We are aware. Sorry, something blew past my leg and that scared the crap out of me. Hello, I'm Valiant Dorian. I use he, him, his pronouns. You can find me all across the internet at Valiant Dorian or an Odds of Spirit Bear. Please enjoy that lovely treasure I just set you on. And tonight, I was just Sayer, who uses he, they pronouns, and into the stuff you can keep an eye out for. Tomorrow I'm going to be on OnePlus AXP for their actual play of Stone Top, so come and check us out over at 11 a.m. Eastern over at OnePlus EXP. I play a guy. Please enjoy me playing a guy, and yeah, keep an eye on my stuff. I'm going to pass it on over to Pop Pop. How you doing over there, Pop Pop?
Oh, I'm in it. Hi everyone, I'm Kai. You can find me everywhere as Estelle of Ladris. I'm just here basking in how much love I am in with this place and the people. But overall, I'm a TTRPG performer, game designer, and you can find me doing all kinds of things like world building and storytelling all over the internet. Just check it out. I'm in your walls, kind of. I'll pass it on over to Sam. I'm in your
Okay.
walls.
All right.
I said it.
Oh, okay.
Come on, have lunch.
Hey, y'all. I'm Sam Star. I play Lumira. You can catch me all across the interwebs, more specifically where the butterflies do fly blue, and they do not attach themselves and drain you of your life force with cute little butterfly suckers, while also being terrifying. Lust for Life X, that's LUSTTFORLIFEX. Take us home, boss.
It's me, boss, taking us home. You wouldn't hurt a little butterfly, would you? You wouldn't.
Connie,
you
I said
wouldn't hurt
take
a
us
little
home.
Butterfly.
Don't bullshit me.
She just wants to drink your blood.
I
She just
literally.
wants to drink your blood. She did nothing wrong.
Okay,
Connie,
yes,
I'm
I'll
gonna
take us home.
block you.
You're gonna block me in real life?
In
Like a
real
Black
life.
Mirror episode? You just blur me out. Oh my goodness.
Now
Okay,
it's just
so-
bow bow. I see in your place.
Well, meow, 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 meow. So keeping in line with our more relaxed production schedule, as our dramaturg continues to heal up and is making great progress. C is making really great progress on their healing, but they're still not fully at 100% yet, so we're gonna wait until they are. Our next Chaos stream is gonna be in 2 weekends. Cheer weekends on Saturday, May 23rd at 8 p.m. US Eastern Time. I'm getting a lot of shaking heads at my attempt at a British accent. Okay. Also, the schedule. Oh, the schedule is wrong. Oh, the schedule is wrong. But I apologize.
Your dates are wrong.
Yes. I love how you thought it was something so minuscule and not the major thing.
Oh. I'm like, wow, everyone's just so mad at me for trying something, for trying to be creative. Okay, so our next Chaos stream, I thought it was on Saturday, May 23rd, based on our schedule, the special. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, it is it's gonna be yet another special episode, was the next thing I had prepared and written.
Okay.
But I distracted you all. Master of misdirection. Master of misdirection.
No, you can stop the accent.
Featuring our special episode is going to feature a very special guest indeed that you definitely don't want to miss. So that's in 2 weekends, Saturday, May 23rd. Even though our next special episode is in 2 weeks, we will still be streaming this coming Saturday, May 16th, with another community night. So stay tuned in our Discord server and social media pages for all of the details about our community stream, because it's sure to be something fun and silly and perhaps kind of educational, but certainly very chaotic. In the meantime, you can support our show by joining our Patreon, joining and participating in our Discord server, making fan works if you are so inspired, posting about our show on Blue Sky, Instagram, Tumblr, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, what have you, rating our podcast, buying merch from our merch store, from our husband, and most importantly, telling someone else about the channel, whether it is your friends, your family, your homoerotic enemy, your barista, your fellow survivor, your nose mama, your dog, your cat, your glass-tailed butterfly, your razor kite queen, or your Bobo.
Bobo did that so perfect. Talk about understanding the assignment, Mr. Man. Tell your Bow Bow. Everyone tell your Bow Bow.
Yeah, tell your Bow.
Everyone tell your Bow Bow. Tell your Juno. Tell your Watson and Rigby.
Parakeet. He says parakeet.
Leave it paracat.
Paracat. Tell your paracat. Thank you so much, Transplanners. We will see you next Saturday, May 16th at 8 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube Live for our community stream. But in the meantime, Bijou. We're going to be rating someone really awesome, so make sure to use the raid message in chat and pass the love along. Peace.